Check, check, check.
Who's ready to crown some new world champions? Hello, everybody. Welcome to day 2 of the 2023 International Canoe Federation Stand-Up Paddling World Championships, coming to you live from Pattaya in Thailand. It's another glorious day here in Thailand. A little bit warm, touch warm, but perfect race conditions. A bit of a cross breeze here at our course as we prepare for quarterfinals, semifinals, and finals at all levels of paddling today in our sprint competition. We had a wonderful opening day yesterday, and today it's going to be even better, I'm sure. I'm looking forward to being able to call these races today here at the course, and of course watching around the world. We welcome you wherever you may be to our broadcast live, free and exclusive on our YouTube channel today. Wonderful to have you here. My name is Ross Solly. Sitting alongside me, a man who I gave 2 choices to last night for his homework. One, he could go out and retrace the steps of Zach Galifianakis in The Hangover. Or 2, he could actually sit down and do some useful work and find some stats, some facts and figures to regale you with today. Mathieu Astier from Total SUP, what did you do last night?
Good morning, everyone. I did both yesterday, Ross, actually. While being massaged at a nice Thai massage parlor yesterday, I was actually on my phone and looking at the stats from a fantastic day 1, a great way to start the competition yesterday here in Rayong. We are 20 kilometers away from the main event village in Pattaya, where we are going to have our long distance day tomorrow, and then we'll be moving on Saturday and Sunday to the technical race event. But yesterday was just an amazing day with amazing performances from defending champions. Most of them are back here for a second or even a third potential gold medal in the sprint competition. But also we saw so many new faces coming from countries that we're not used to seeing at the top of the field, and that's really refreshing for the sport. I'm thinking Thailand, of course, Indonesia. We have a great Greek contingent. The Chinese as well showed a great display yesterday throughout the day. So new names, new faces, and some defending champions returning for more, hungry for more. We could perhaps have a quick look at what happened yesterday. Not a look, but to talk about some of the best performances yesterday.
Now, we need to preface this by saying there were 2 very different race conditions yesterday. In the morning, there was a bit of a headwind, bit of a crosswind, and in the afternoon, there was a pretty strong tailwind. So that did affect a few of the times. But what did you crunched the numbers last night in between getting your biceps massaged last night, Mathieu? What did you come up with?
Well, the best time of the day yesterday was for Andre Crater, the former sprint canoe champion, who was the only paddler to be able to crush the 48-second barrier. Obviously, you could argue that he raced when there was a pretty strong tailwind behind him, but nevertheless, he was the only one to go under 48 seconds yesterday. 47 seconds and 95 is his exact time yesterday. We had also some great performances from Connor Baxter, of course, the 2-time gold medalist in the sprint from 2019 and from 2022 last year in Gdynia, the returning defending champion. Also some great performances by Vaik Garyu, who won his two races as well. So the open men's sprint race and competition is going to be very, very tight among these 3. But you've got also other top names like Rai Taguchi, Eri Tenorio, and more people like that who did have a great event yesterday. I have to say, on the women's side, I was very impressed with some new names coming up. Eva Dondova had a fantastic first race yesterday. She won over a pretty strong athlete from Spain, Alonso Frey. I was very impressed with Seychelles also, who's making an entrance in the ICF SUP Worlds. But it looks like we're
very close to kicking off. Of course, 8:30 is our start time, and our first race is our Open Women's Quarterfinal. The first quarterfinal, 8 athletes in action, and the first 4, and there is our field. Matthew.
Yeah, we've got from Switzerland, Sabine Fischer; from Spain, Sonia Caimari; from France, the silver medalist from last year, Mélanie Lafenette; from the Czech Republic, Eva Dondova, I've just mentioned her name; from Spain, Esperanza Barreras, who won her heat yesterday; from Spain also, Aida Nepola; from Taipei, Jo Chi Lee; and from Thailand, Orawan Kosihabut.
So there we are. We're just getting the field introduced on our live broadcast. Don't forget, you can talk to us. You can send us a message. You can give a bit of a shout-out or ask for a shout-out if you like. Matthew is going even cheaper today than he was yesterday. If you want a shout-out, then just send him a message online if you're watching on our YouTube channel. And here at the course, we know you can hear us down there on the start line. Go well, ladies. Paddle well. Enjoy the conditions. Enjoy the moment. Certainly much nicer paddling at 8:30 in the morning than 2:30 in the afternoon, heat-wise, I'm sure. And we are underway, Matthew, in our first race of the day. It's finals day. We're going to crown some world champions today. And look, first out of the blocks, it looks like Eva Dondova. They got a very good start from the Czech Republic. Yeah,
Eva Dondova next to Mélanie Lafenette, actually a little bit behind right now. She's a strong finisher, though. We've got also Esperanza Barreras in the lead now at the front, just by a nose ahead of the Czech girl, Eva Dondova, who has got a strong canoe background, whitewater background.
So the first 4 will all go through to the next round, and it is SB Barraza who is in Barraras, who is in front at the moment and clearing out to a very solid lead. This is a very impressive quarterfinal for the from the lady from Spain.
And in second place, it is Aida Nepola battling out with Eva Dondova, who's now taking the second spot. But Esperanza Barreras, has she got a smile on her face? Look how comfortable she is.
It's a smile or a grimace, but Barreras first. It looks like Dondova second. The race for 4th will be very close. 3rd will be Lafayette, and 4th is from Spain, across on the far side of the course, Nepola, I think, from Spain.
Aida Nepola, Mélanie Lafenette finishing 3rd. She is the silver medalist from last year, so I'm a little bit surprised with Mélanie Lafenette's performances in her first races yesterday and today, but she gets the job done. She obviously makes it through to the semifinal, which is great. But Esperanza Barreras really put a great performance this morning as our first opening race.
Yeah, she looked really, really strong. She said yesterday that she's been working really hard to try across all 3 disciplines: the sprint, the technical, and the long distance. Of course, she is the reigning long-distance world champion. She'll be hoping to add the sprint title to her trophy cabinet.
She can do it all. She can even surf.
Indeed.
And an all-round amazing paddler, part of the Starboard Tiki team. We are moving on already to quarterfinal number 2 with a representative from Greece. That's Aimila Kosti; from Thailand, Orasa Changatok; from Korea, Sujong Lim; from the USA, Seychelles; from Spain, Alba Alonso Frey; from Spain also, Duna Gordillo; from Brazil, Daniela Castro; and from Spain in lane number 8, Isaskun Martin; from Madrid/Fuerteventura.
Haven't seen the official results come up yet for quarterfinal number 1, but I think Aida Nepola from Spain snuck into the 4th position, but when we get some confirmation of that, we'll pass that on to you.
I'm pretty sure she did. She was second for a while, Aida Nepola. I don't know much about that Spanish rider, so definitely it's definitely down for me to do my homework on her, Aida Nepola. But we're ready for quarterfinal number 2. The top 4 move up to the semi-final, and look at Seychelles on the SIC Maui board in the middle of your screen. Already in the lead, we've got Duna Gordillo in lane number 6 in second place right now. Duna Gordillo now pushing hard to make sure that Seychelles doesn't go too far away from her. In the middle, it's Alba Alonso Frey from Fuerteventura, Spain. In lane number 5, a great look at Seychelles, who did start her comeback to this year to the racing scene pretty slow, but she finished really well, and this is her big last event of the year,
So
her first ICF World Cup appearance.
So it's Seychelles Webster out in front. Gordilla is just sitting off her wake at the moment, and comfortably sitting in second. Third place, it's a good contest at the moment. It looks like between Alonso and maybe Jong Lim of Korea is also up there. And in lane number 2, it's Thangathok from Thailand. So Seychelles crosses the line first, and I think it's going to be second is Gordilla, third is Alonso, and I think it was Thangathok from Thailand, who's finished in 4th and will make it through to the semi-finals. Let's wait for official confirmation, but I think we have our first Thai athlete into the semi-finals later today. But yes, Seychelles Webster, this has been a good comeback.
Absolutely. You know what, Seychelles, I interviewed her at the beginning of the year, and she was like, yeah, well, this part of my life is gone. I've got other things to focus on. I'm obviously a coach now. I do all kinds of things. Obviously, I'm a mother now, and I think something clicked about 2-3 months ago, and now she's back with a vengeance. She was very verbal on social media recently, just saying, you know what, I'm going for it.
Was she trash talking
all the way?
Was she giving a bit of trash talk?
Yeah,
was she?
Exactly.
Seychelles, come on, bit of trash talk on her opponent.
And you know what? She's right now. She's putting the money where
the trash talking was. Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah. So that's confirmation from the first race, and as we thought, it was Ada Apollo who snuck through in 4th position. And there is our second heat. And yes, congratulations to Arisa Thangathok from Thailand, who is through to the semi-final. That is a crack heat, so that's a great effort as well. Fantastic to see as we move on to quarterfinal number 3.
Quarterfinal number 3 with an athlete from China. That's Wentao Fu from Italy, Maria Meta from New Zealand, Maddie McCasey from Argentina, Juliette Duhaime from South Africa, Taryn King. Look at Juliette Duhaime on the infinity board right in the middle of your screen, lane number 4. We also have Suzac Molinero from Spain and Maddie Leblanc, the Canadian champion, in lane number 7. Top 4 go through to the semis.
Oh, look at
Juliette
lanes
Duhaime
2
in the
and
lead.
3. That is Maria Meta and Maddie McCasey. They are cheek by jowl. Cheek by jowl. That means that they're racing right next to each other and feeding off each other's wake, which will make things interesting as the race progresses. But a really good race for first at the moment. It looks like it might just be Juliette Duhaime just in front.
It is Juliette Duhaime on the
From
Infinity
Taryn
Blackfish board in the middle, still in the lead, but Taryn King pushing hard. Taryn King, who was on the starboard yesterday, she switched to Sonova. Today she is in second place.
Oh, look at Maddie McCasey from New Zealand. She is flying home into 4th position, so she will get through to the next round, I think.
And it looks like Suzac Molinero is going to take the 3rd place.
Oh, look at
Juliette
that
Duhaime
cruising.
is actually stopped paddling. South Africa in second was Taryn King. Spain, Suzac Molinero, and 4th, that is Maddie McCasey from New Zealand. Indeed, well done.
We saw you, Juliette.
Juliette.
We saw you cruising over the finish line there. Don't worry, we spotted it. Just leaving a little bit of petrol in the tank for the semi-finals. But that was a very impressive performance. Taryn King from South Africa. Was it Suzac Molinero finished
in
third?
Yeah.
And Maddie McCasey flew home. She needs another 100 metres. That's what she needs. Because look where she's come from there. She is way back and has flown home to snatch 4th position. Wow, that is fantastic. What a great race. So 4 through to the next round.
Well, I have just been told some very, very sad news, because there is an athlete I was very excited to see again race today, and that's Kim Barnes in the next quarterfinal. She had to go to customs to retrieve her board, so she's not presenting herself on the start line if what John from Flying Fish is just if I understood right. So one of the favorites and the winner of one of the heats yesterday from the US is not presenting herself.
But she raced yesterday, so she must have been on a borrowed board, was she?
I don't know. I'm just a messenger. And we have another late scratching, and that's Caroline Kunsel, wasn't feeling well yesterday after her race. So we have a quarterfinal with only 5 athletes on the start line. 4 of them will make it through to the semifinals. We've got Rekta Slekta from Hungary, Marta Apanasevic from Poland, Holy Pie from England, from Great Britain, Yona Rive from France, and Rika Okwaki from Japan. Who's got the best start? It looks like Yona Rive has got a pretty good start on the NSP board over there in lane number 5.
I think Marta Apanasevic from Poland has also got out very strong early on. So only one athlete from this field will miss out on going through to the next round, and it's going to be a pretty tight battle, I think, for that 4th spot.
And it's an NSP battle at the front with Yona Rive now taking the lead. The champ from Brittany, France, is currently first in that last quarterfinal in the open women's division. We're missing out on Kim Barnes and Caroline Kunsel, who did not show up on the start line.
So it's
this morning.
Rivet in front, Panasevic from Poland in second, and it looks like on the closest to the screen, Slekta from Hungary, and on the far side of the course, I think it's Aku. So it's Holly Pye that's going to have to work hard now if she wants to get into the semi-final. I don't think she's going to do it.
So it's Rika Okwaki in third, and Rekta Slekta, the silver medalist in the junior division in 2021 in Lake Balaton, Hungary, who's now not a junior anymore, who is taking the 4th spot, getting therefore her qualification to the semi-final in the open women division. Here's a replay of the action with Yona Rive making her move about 40 meters after the start at the front of the field. Never to let go of that first position all the way to the finish line. Well done, Yona Rive from Brittany, France.
And happy to report to our viewers and the people here at the course that our first coffee of the day has been delivered safely. It has arrived. Thank you very much to Mr. Michel Alicorn, who not only is he running a fantastic YouTube operation, such a busy man, he found time to get us a couple of very decent-looking iced coffees, which should sustain you for at least another 25 minutes. Matthew, it should get you through to the end of the men's sprint quarterfinals, which we're about to see.
I have to admit, I'm a coffee drinker.
Yeah, I know you are.
How can you post more than 2,000 articles in 10 years about stand-up paddling without drinking coffee?
Lots of coffee, yeah. Well, I had a lot of feedback last night. A lot of people came up to me, just random people just coming up and saying, did Matthew really drink all those Red Bulls? And I had to tell them the truth. I mean, truth in broadcasting. I said, yeah, and some. I said, and some. I said, if you see him out on the streets tonight, you might want to cross over the other side of the road because he's got that fire in his eye. Zach Galifianakis style.
If you see me flying in the middle of the road in Pattaya, that's because I've read Red.
So let's just quickly recap what we've seen in the women's quarterfinals, because I think we saw some very impressive races. Esperanza, of course, Barreras, very, very determined to get this sprint title. And there is confirmation of the final.
And it is a good time for Yona Rive. It's actually in the same second as Seychelles, so I really look forward to the semis and the finals in the open women's division. I was going to go all crazy about Kim Barnes, being such an amazing competitor yesterday. Unfortunately, she had to pull out for some strange reasons this morning.
I thought Juliet from Argentina, considering that she coasted over the finish line, just let her momentum take her over the finish line. I think she's got a little bit more up her sleeve. So
yeah, she does. Taryn King looked good though. She was on the podium in 2019 in Qingdao, the very first ICF SUP World Championships that was in China. Suzak Molinaro was also there on Sonova. She's officially part of the Sonova team now. Taryn King, actually, the fact that she changes boards from one day to the next, that's a bit of a question mark on that one. She's not officially sponsored by anyone, I believe. But yes, Seychelles. Let's talk about Seychelles a little bit. Seychelles, obviously, a huge champion all the way to COVID and to being a mom. And then she went off grid a little bit. She's still very much present with on social media with SIC Maui. I would call her a team captain for SIC Maui, at least a figurehead of SIC Maui. So she coaches a lot. She does a lot of tutorials on Facebook and on social media or Instagram.
Now just jump in there. Sorry to take the wind out of your sails there, man. You look in good form there. It's beautiful, and hats off to our camera operators. They've been doing a great job. But our eye in the sky with our drone getting some fantastic aerial shots of what is really, if you weren't watching yesterday, it's an incredible facility here in Thailand. We're on a course now which is used for canoe sprint and rowing as well, and it's proving to be a very good stand-up paddle course. Just behind us, there is actually a slalom course as well, which is world-class, and everybody who's ever paddled on here has raved about it, how good it is. So it's a fantastic facility here in Thailand, and hopefully we're going to see a lot more activity, a lot more racing here in the years to come, because it deserves to see top-level racing when you put on the facilities they put on here. And for what we've seen, Matthew, yesterday and this morning, the volunteers are absolutely incredible. They're doing such a good job, and I'm happy to see down there on the start blocks today, it looks like all the starters have got umbrellas. You and I were a little bit concerned yesterday that it was a bit hot and they were sitting out there all day on that starting pontoon, and today they've got umbrellas, so it'll be like being in the Bahamas, sitting up there on the start line. All we need to do is deliver them a strawberry daiquiri.
I was going to say pina colada.
Oh, and as a fighter jet goes, I think that might be our ICF president just arriving. Of course, opening ceremony tonight. Even though we've had 2 days of racing, we officially kick off with the opening ceremony tonight in town in Pattaya. And then from tomorrow, Matthew, we'll be bringing you commentary live from Jomtien Beach. You have promised to do 3 days of commentary in your sluggos, your speedos, which I'm sure the viewers and the people down at the beach will be very much looking forward to seeing that.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So I was talking about Seychelles.
Yes, you were.
I was talking about Seychelles. Seychelles from Florida went off the grid for a couple of years, although very present on social media through tutorials and teaching technique and about all kinds of things. Also empowering women to start stand-up paddling and SUP racing, and not so much focusing even at the beginning of the year on competition. And something definitely changed in the middle of the year for Seychelles. All of a sudden, she wanted that potential title in perhaps not just in the sprints actually, but she's been racing really well. She won the Sarasota ICF World Cup a month and a half ago. And she also won just before arriving in Thailand the USA SUP event. That was just the last weekend, and she won the sprints once again. So very and she's just put in two very incredible performances.
So we'll watch her later on. But now we've got to turn our focus to the men, because we have our first quarterfinal for the men coming up. And there's some crackerjack quarterfinals coming your way. Look at the quality of this very first quarterfinal. We have Thomas Lacerda from Portugal. We have Gotong Ye from China, Linus Carlson from Sweden, Andre Krater from Bulgaria, David Alpino from Italy, Antonio Murillo from Spain, Samuel Pesca from the Czech Republic, and Bastian Grimm from Germany. Just 4 of this field will go through, and as you told us this morning already, yesterday Andre Krater was the fastest man on the course.
Yes, indeed. And actually 2 of these guys have got a very strong sprint canoe background, and that's Andre Krater indeed, and Samuel Pesca from the Czech Republic. Samuel, who was in the final last year of the sprint competitions. The white flags are up. I think we're ready. Watch out also for Thomas Lacerda, who won a very important race in just a few weeks ago in Peniche, Portugal. And who else have we got? Linus Carlsen, of course. And Davide Alpino. Don't rule out Davide Alpino. He was very impressive yesterday, the Italian. I call him the Hulk. It's just the way he's built. I know you like pectoral muscles, Ross.
Big fan.
Well, he's got plenty. He's got plenty for you.
I'd like a few more myself, actually. But we are about 30 seconds away from a start. The first of the men's sprint open quarterfinals. They are ready to go, and we are off. So watch for Andre Crater in lane 4, right next to him, David Alpino from Italy. And look at Andre Crater go.
An amazing start by Andre Crater. Who's got the second place? It is Guitong Ye from China in second right now.
I tell you what,
with a white hat.
The paddlers in lanes 3 and 5 on either sides of Andre Crater, they're getting windburn right now from the breeze that's flowing.
I'm calling it now. Expect a big comeback from Davide Alpino in the last 50 meters. That's him right now taking the second place. Davide Alpino from Italy.
Yeah, but look at the athlete from China. Guitong Ye is sneaking through as well. So we have Crater first. We have Alpino second and Ye from China third. What about fourth?
Linus Carlsen has got the fourth place right now, but it's a tight one with
Who?
Antonio Morillo, the technical racer from Andalusia, who's going to get the fourth. It looks like Antonio Morillo is going to get it.
No, it's not. I think, well, yes. I'm going to call it to Murillo. I'm going to call it to Murillo. But Andre Crater, ignore that, folks. David Alpino did not win.
No, he did not, but it was...
it came up as Alpino won, but no doubt about our winner, Andre Crater. Well done, Mr. Crater. Yes, he's looking in very, very good form.
Yeah.
Great result there for our paddler from China.
Look at that amazing, explosive start.
That's amazing.
By, shall we call it the Bulgarian? He
Bulgarian, of course, yes.
Bulgaria, of course. This is Linus Carlsen
proud Bulgarian.
from Sweden, a new starboard Tiki member. But Andre Crater picked a starboard board, the sprint version, sprint model. And in second place, David Alpino. In third, it was the Chinese Guitong Ye. And in fourth, it was indeed Antonio Morillo from Spain.
Just managing to tip out the Portuguese paddler, I think, Lacerda, who didn't make it through. So there we are. There's Linus Carlsen also. Linus Carlsen missing out, which is a little bit of a surprise, I suppose. I guess the surprise from that quartet would be the Chinese paddler.
Yeah.
Guitong Ye getting through and just showing us what he's made of. Great result there.
For me, two big surprises are the fact that Thomas Lacerda and Samuel Pesca are not actually making it through to the next round. They're stopping at quarterfinal level. That's a bit of an upset, I would say.
So here we have the field for the second quarterfinal, and in lane 1 from Indonesia. And we were very impressed with the Indonesians yesterday. Hormati from Indonesia. Then we have Dukas from Greece. We have Korobov from Lithuania, the canoe sprint champion. Taguchi from Japan. Shershov from representing the ICF. Sanchez from Spain. Jiang from China. And Cornier from Puerto Rico in lane 8.
Yeah, there's one athlete I don't know much of, but he was very impressive yesterday. His name is Ivan Shirshov. And he did really well. Right, Taguchi did very well as well.
Look at Korobov.
It doesn't have the best of the start.
No, it's Vadim Korobov, who, as you mentioned yesterday, has a world best time in sprint, so we know how fast he is. He's very fast out of the blocks.
In sprint canoe. In
sprint canoe,
yeah,
yes,
of course.
That's right, yes.
From Lithuania. He's in the lead right now on the son of a board. That's him on your screen, lane number 3. Let's see what Rai Taguchi can come up with. Oh, Rai is really far back right now. He's not even in the top 4. What's happening to the Japanese champ? Rai Taguchi. Who have we got in second, though?
Look who's coming through. Taguchi's coming through now, though. Look at him. He's lifting his work rate now. Right, Taguchi. He's moved into second place.
Might even take the first.
Taguchi.
Look at that. 10 meters to go.
I think Taguchi's coming over the top of him. So, right, Taguchi gets... Oh, it doesn't matter. Oh, and the race for third and fourth is very close. I think on the outside of the course, maybe... It was Shershov and Sanchez. Maybe Shershov and Sanchez got through in third and fourth. But Rai Taguchi, you called him at the halfway stage. He was off the pace. I don't know what he did in that second half of the race, but he lifted his game. I think you heard your commentary, Matthew, and he thought, well, if Matthew thinks I'm done, I better show him what I'm made of here. And he stormed home.
That's what I'm here for.
He stormed home. Vadim Korobov from Lithuania took it out fast early, but just easing up at the finish, and Taguchi flying over the top. And the race for third and fourth was very close. I think I called Sanchez and Shursov, but let's just wait for the official view here. Also in the mix is the Greek.
So in
Dukas.
second, it was the Vadim Korobov in second. Who got the third place?
Oh, might have been the
so
in fact might have been Jiang. Might have been Sanchez and Jiang. Shursov might have missed out, did he?
Sanchez and Li Jiang. I think you're right.
Sanchez
I don't know
and
about
Jiang.
Fidan Dukas from Greece, who was written as fourth, but we need to await official results to really give you the right indication of what's just happened for the third and fourth place. But it looks like quarterfinal number 3 is ready.
So just on our online chat, a couple of questions. What is the official distance? It is 200 metres. They said we never see it published anywhere, but it is 200 metres.
I think we said it like
You've said it, but they're saying it never comes up on there. There we go. There's confirmation. Yes.
So who's got it?
Jiang from China snuck through, just tipping out.
Wow. So China is through. Aaron Sanchez, I would call him a favorite for sure. He is through as well.
Oh, we have a big absence here.
And yes, we've got the next quarterfinal lined up. We've got Miftahuddin Parid from Indonesia, Meng Chun Shi from Taipei, Tituan Puyo from France, who's not there. Christian Andersen from Denmark, David Leo from Brazil, Eric Tenorio from Brazil, and Manuel Oyuela from Spain, who had the best start. Tituan Puyo had the best start, but the other guys are catching up quick now, even taking over.
Look at the Indonesian paddler closest to the screen. He's the man who's gone out hardest. Miftahuddin Parid from Indonesia.
Eric Tenorio looking good on the green board over there. That's a flying fish next to David Leao, Manuel Oyuela, a little bit behind the Spanish SUP racer from Suances, Cantabria. At the front, it is, though,
Christian
Andersen, Paul Albert from Cold Hawaii, Denmark.
Next to him, it looks like it's Tenerio from Brazil. And look at the Indonesian. He's still there. In fact, he may be in front. No, he's just slipping back now. But the Indonesian Parid will also go through. It's a close race for first again. But it is... Oh!
Eric Tenorio first. Christian Andersen second from Taipei. In third,
no. The Indonesian beat. Yep. Ignore that. Ignore that. That's not right. I'm pretty certain that Parid from Indonesia got through in third.
I'll follow your lead on that one for sure. I was looking at the first and second.
Yeah, I'm pretty well. Certainly first. I think David Leo, or was it Tenerio from?
Yeah, it was first. First was Eric Tenorio
from Brazil.
An inch.
Christian Andersen. And I think, from what I saw, it was the Indonesian Parid who finished.
And Eric Tenorio
in third, but we'll wait for confirmation.
Yeah,
that'll be a great result if the Indonesian gets through to the semi-final.
That would be amazing. Absolutely. Eric Tenorio comes from Brazil, lives in Florida, and is on Flying Fish, the Florida-based brand. So it's a USA only brand for now.
So crossing the line, it is. Oh wow, that is very close. And look, it is the Indonesian who gets through in third position. So what a great result. Fourth is very close. Maybe the athlete from Taipei.
From Taipei.
Maybe he got through in fourth, which would be here we go. Confirmation.
Go.
Yes, he did.
So wow, that's a huge upset. David Leao, Manuel Oyuela, and Tituan Puyo. He
did not start.
He did not start.
That's right. I said that at the start. You're not listening to me. So Parid first, third, and Chansri from Taipei goes through in fourth position. We're not sure what happened to Tituan Puyo. If anybody knows, if we can get some information. But he is not through. Now look at this race here. This is a stacked quarterfinal. Wenhao Zheng from China. Soto away from Japan, Blue Yua from Great Britain, Connor Baxter from the United States, Noiguru from France.
It's Elgato from Peru, and Yu Chun Yuan from Taipei. Of course, Connor Baxter, the defending champion, is in the lead, but he's got next to him another sprint world champion from 2021, Noe Gayu, who was second yesterday, just behind Connor Baxter. So it's a pre-final test between those two. Starboard champion, look at Noe Gayu pushing really hard right now, just trying to impress.
And Blue Ure is sitting in third position. A very good race for fourth, but Connor Baxter looks like he has this race under control, this quarterfinal.
And it's Delgado right now in fourth place.
So
Soto AY, however, is pushing really hard to get that fourth place. Who's going to get it? So it is going to be tight between the Peruvian.
Peru gets it. It's Delgado gets through. So good race there for Connor Baxter. He was telling me this morning he hasn't been feeling on top of his game. Been feeling a little bit under the weather for the last week, but looking like he's finding a bit of form at the important stage of the event, and he gets through. I guess psychologically, good to have a win there over Nui Garu as well, because they are the two men who have been world champions in this race. So a good result there.
Wow.
And Blue Yu, a good run there for third.
Well, Connor and Noe are the two first and second of the last two sprint finals of the ICF SUP Worlds in 21 and 22. And Connor Baxter definitely had the upper hand this time around. Let's see if Noe Gayu has spotted any weakness from the athlete from Maui that he can exploit for the semis and or for the final. But great race by Blue Yu. I was very impressed with that, and it's Delgado managed to get that fourth place. So definitely 4 favorites are through to the next round.
And I tell you what, we have a little bit of an opportunity now to look back over the men's quarterfinals, and Connor Baxter probably deserves to go into the semi-final as the favourite. But I tell you what, Andre Crater is in some very, very good form. I think he is the big threat.
Andre Crater won the B final yesterday, so he didn't even make it to the A final, which was very surprising. We'll see how that plays out for sure.
And if we look back at the other quarterfinals, of course, we had the third quarterfinal was won by Ari Tenero from Brazil.
Yeah,
good enough to challenge for a medal, do you think?
Well, it was definitely a tighter race between Christian Andersen and Ari Tenero. I think we have to start looking at the times, because I think that's the best indicator of everybody's form this morning.
Right, Taguchi was very good. I mean, I think he only really switched on for the last half of that race. I think the first half of that race, he was
30 meters,
he was having a bludge. Let's call it for what we saw. He was having a bludge at the start of the race, and then suddenly realised with 50 metres to go that he had to extract the digit, as we say in Australia. You can write that one down as well if you've not heard that one before. He had to extract the digit, and managed to get his paddling going, and he snuck over the line. Vadim Korobov, I'm looking forward to seeing if they come up against each other. Korobov and Crater, the two canoe sprint paddlers, flying out of the blocks alongside Connor Baxter. It's going to be something worth watching for sure. But they were very good, and of course in the first quarterfinal, it was Andre Crater who was as impressive as anyone we saw today. So
there's someone else I'm impressed with is Davide Alpino. Not the best of the starts, but a huge comeback from the 50 meter from the 100 meter line. And if he improves his start, Davide Alpino could definitely create some chaos in the next two potential races which are the semifinals and the final. So yeah, some amazing racing in both the open women and men, and we'll be moving on to in a few minutes to the first semifinal of the day of the sprint competition, and that is in the 50+ women category, and some very impressive names in there. We definitely have in that semifinal number one some potential candidates for a gold medal. Emmanuel Marcon is one of them. Sarah Odera, another one. Mary Buchanan, of course, from Great Britain. Anna Occhiogrosso also did well yesterday. But I have to say I was impressed in that category with Marlene Berg. A new face as far as I'm concerned, but she's been SUP racing in New Zealand for years, I think more than a decade. And she managed yesterday in 2 races to take on Mary Buchanan and Emmanuelle Marcon, who was second last year in the final. So watch out for Marlene. We also have Penny Tsautu in semi-final number 2, definitely one of the favorites too. So definitely some tight races coming up in a few minutes for the first semi-finals of the day.
And we've got a bit of a break now before the 50-plus women's semi-finals get underway. So today we have the finals of the sprint competition. Tonight we move back to the city of Pattaya, and we'll have medal ceremonies and the official opening ceremony. And one of the exciting things, it's not on your official program, but at some stage tonight, we're going to see Matthew, having drunk 7 cans of Red Bull, get up on the stage and do a tap dance. It's certain to be a highlight for everybody in Pattaya. They've seen, pretty well anything goes in Pattaya, but they would never have seen anything like this. This is going to take things to a whole new level.
I usually start with tap dancing and finish with pole dancing.
Yeah, I know you do. I know you do. And I don't know whether the people of Thailand and the backpacker community are going to be ready for it, but it's going to be a highlight. And then tomorrow, of course, we move into the racing at Pattaya Beach. It's going to be exciting as well. So glad you can stick with us. If you're watching online, feel free to ask any questions, any comments you want to make, or just give a shout out to your favourite athlete on our YouTube channel. We are streaming live around the world, free and exclusive, on the Planet Canoe YouTube page. So while we have a little bit of a break, just reminding you, the stand-up paddling community, that next year for our World Championships, we are going to Sarasota in Florida in November next year. It is, if you manage to catch some of the action from the World Cup in Sarasota, it's going to be an incredible venue. Fantastic organising team down there. The racing was wonderful. I know several of the athletes here this week competed in Florida, and they were very excited about what was up on offer. So November next year, pencil it in your diary, clear everything else out of the calendar, and prepare to head to Florida, to Sarasota next year for our 2025 ICF Stand-Up Paddling World Championships. Who will go to Florida as defending world champions? That's the big question. We're going to answer some of those later on this afternoon, because we're only a few races away now from the first of our finals, and the athletes in the first women's 50-plus semi-final are now starting to get into position. Let me introduce you to them once again. Or in fact, I'm going to hand over to my very good friend, Matthew, who will introduce our field for the first semi-final of the women's 50-plus.
From Spain, lane number 1, Paola Rodriguez. Here she is, Paola Rodriguez, on a starboard all-star. We've got lane number 2, Katerina Trudova. I saw her in the lobby the other day. She said, you have to really roll the R's when you say my name, from Czech Republic. Mary Buchanan from Great Britain. Definitely one of my favorites.
We don't
Am
have
I allowed to say that?
She's giving you a wave, so I suppose that's okay. But we're not allowed to have favourites here. So
we've got from Korea, Youngmi Kim, lane number 4. Also on a Starboard All-Star. Here is from China, lane number 5, Chanfu Hu. A new face as far as we are concerned. And from France, the 2022 silver medalist in the sprints, Emmanuel Marcon. This is on NSP. Here's Sara Odera from northern Italy. Also a regular on the podiums of the ICF SUP World since 2019. And here is Anna Occhio Grosso, also from Italy, in lane number 8.
So a quality field of 8 paddlers. Just 4 will go through to the semi-final, and we are about to get underway in this first... 4 will go through to the final. This is a semi-final, folks. So a lot on the line here for this field of athletes. 4 will go through to the A final. The rest will go through to the B final. As we prepare for a start now, watch in lane 6, Marcom from France. Kim from Korea, Buchanan from Great Britain. There's some quality athletes lined up in this race. There's a slight cross breeze on the course here, as you can see from the white flags and the flags in the background there. You can see the way the wind's blowing. In fact, may even be a headwind at the moment, Matthew, looking at the way the wind's swung around. So the athletes are paddling into a headwind. And off we go. And it looks like it might be in lane 4.
Number 4, a good start by Youngmi Kim from Korea, and who's taking the lead early.
And the Chinese paddler Hu right next to her is also going well. And Buchanan in lane 3 and Marcon in lane 6 are all up there at the moment, vying for the top 4 positions.
So Emmanuel Marcon, who's also an ultra long distance paddler, so she can make a comeback for sure. All she needs to do, though, is to qualify in the top 4. She's got that 4th spot right now. Emmanuel Marcon from France, currently in 4th on the NSP behind 3 starboards. We've got still Youngmi Kim from Korea in 1st place. In 2nd place,
looks like through Mary Buchanan,
from
from Great Britain. In fact, I think she's going to take the lead here. So it could be Buchanan from Kim, and then right next to her, the paddler from China, Hu. Kim lifting again.
But look who's making a comeback. Actually, it's Katerina Trudlova, who's going to take that 4th place ahead of the last year's silver medalist from the Czech Republic, Katerina Trudlova.
Buchanan 5th. Sorry, not Buchanan. Marcon is 5th and out of the final.
Out of the final, the 2022 silver medalist, Emmanuel Marcon, is out. That is a big upset in the 50-plus women's division. But what a race by
Youngmi Kim.
Youngmi Kim, who was definitely the fastest to react when the horn was blown. And she kept that lead all the way to the end of the 200-meter course.
And fantastic to see 2 Asian nations there represented in the top 4. Youngmi Kim from Korea, Zhangfu Hu from China, and splitting them was Amari Buchanan from Great Britain. So, and then I think it was the Czech paddler Trudlova who also got through. So 4 different nations through to the final of the women's 50-plus. Big finish there from the Chinese paddler. Very impressed with the back half of her race as well. So a good start for the women's 50-plus. And now we are about to introduce the starters for the second semi-final. And, well...
It's a big field as well with some top names. We saw at least one of those names in several podiums in the past 2 years. I'm thinking of Penny Tsautu. But in lane number 1, let's start with Maria Williams from Australia on the starboard.
Hello, Maria.
Gen R, that's the new board out of the starboard brains. Wendy Tillett from Montreal, Canada in lane number 2. Also from Canada in lane number 3. That's Gina Di Primio. She's got clearly an Italian name, but she comes from Canada. On the Sonova board, we've got Penny Tsautu, definitely one of the favorites from Greece. We have a great interview with Penny ahead of the Agios Nikolaos ICF SUP event earlier this year. And that's the woman I was talking earlier about, Marlene Berg, who's,
she's
the
been
dark horse.
She's been the surprise packet from New Zealand. Let's watch how she goes today. In lane number 6, it's Paulina Poslia from Slovenia. In lane 7, also has been very impressive this week, or yesterday, I should say, Natalia Fon from Slovenia. And in the outside lane, Edith Talud.
Edith Talad, yes, the mother of Ludovic Talad and Jeremy Talad. She's got a dual citizenship, French and Switzerland, but she represents Switzerland today.
So this will be a real fighting affair here. I'm expecting a lot of Commonwealth countries represented here. Canada, Australia, New Zealand, all out there. And your sprinkling of European countries as well. And in the middle there, from Greece, Penny Sautu, who will be one of the favourites. But I'm looking forward, as is my friend Mathieu, Marlene Berg, who's been exciting yesterday. And we're interested to see what she can do today. About to get underway. We already have 4 paddlers through to the final. Who will join them in the final, the race for gold, the race for World Championship title later today?
And it's a fast start by Penny Tsautu from Greece on the NSP board, who's in the lead right now. But good start by Wendy Tillett from Canada on the Sonova in lane number 2.
Very slow start from Marlene Berg from New Zealand, so she's left herself a little bit of work here. But we saw that yesterday. She was slow out of the blocks but finished fast, so she's going to need to bring all of that today to get herself up into the top 4. But it is Penny Sautu out in front. Now Marlene Berg is lifting her work rate. Look at that. In lane number 5, she's sliding through into second place. And in lane 7, yes,
we've
Natalia
got
Fon.
Natalia Fon now taking the 3rd place, or an equal 3rd with Wendy Tillett from Canada. Again, the top 4 make it through to the next round, which is the final. And the rest will settle for a B final. So it is definitely
Penny Sautu definitely in front. Marlene Berg from New Zealand sitting comfortably in second. I think third may be Natalia Fon, and Wendy Tillett sitting across closest to the screen. So that's your top 4. They should all comfortably progress through to the next round.
Penny Sautu in first. I think it was Marlene Berg in second and not in third. And who was
Natalia Fon was third. And Wendy Tillett, I think, finished fourth.
Fourth, yes, indeed.
Good race, Penny Sautu. Looks like she's got a little bit of petrol left in the tank. Really strong start. Look at Marlene Berg there in lane 5. She really got left behind a little bit. She's quite a long way back there in that shot there in lane 5. But just in the second half of the race, just managing to get into a bit of rhythm.
Yeah, I think Marlene went straight into a high cadence strokes rather than powerful stroke at the start. Maybe she could work on that one for the final.
Yeah, so let's look at that across the top, and she has been impressive. Natalia Fon into third, and Wendy Tillett from Canada will join them in the final. So, wow, we have let's have a look at who's in our final then. That says confirmation there. Penny Sautu first, Marlene Berg from New Zealand, Natalia Fon from Slovenia, and Wendy Tillett from Canada. Now, am I right in saying, Matthew, that we have 8 different nations represented in the women's final? I think we have. Because we've got
Great Britain,
the Czech Republic, Korea, China, Canada, Greece, New Zealand and Slovenia.
Wow.
8 different nations in the women's 50-plus final. That is fantastic.
Yeah. Call it an international world championship.
It really is a world championship final from athletes from all over the world in the women's 50-plus. I'm excited about it already, and we've got a little bit of time to prepare for that. But that is exciting. Are you willing to call, at this stage, a winner from what you've seen?
Well, I have to say... I haven't checked the times. Actually, this is happening so fast that we're not looking at the times. But Penny Tsautu, who's probably the most experienced out of the entire field, and she would look pretty impressive in this last round. So I guess my money would go for her at this stage. Marlene Berg made a huge comeback. She just needs to work on her start for sure. She was really left behind in the first 30 meters. I was impressed with the Korean athlete, of course, Youngmi Kim. It's definitely going to be a tight final for sure, and we do have some upsets as we saw earlier on with Emmanuel Marcon, the silver medalist from last year, out, Sara Odera out, Ana Grosso out, Polona Puslia also from Slovenia out. So that means some top women will be making the A finals, but we're going to have a B final too in this division. Which is going to be the case for every single category, actually. So we're going to have A finals and B finals later on today. So don't go away. We're only starting, and the action is already amazing here on day 2 of the 2023 ICF SUP Worlds. Pattaya, Thailand. Venue number 1, the sprint venue here in Rayong, the Royal Canoe and Rowing Club, Royal Navy Canoe and Rowing Club. Beautiful venue we got here yesterday, and we are together until 2:30 pretty much.
Yeah,
today,
I think the final race
time
of today will be the men's open sprint final, which is scheduled to get underway just after 2 o'clock local time this afternoon. So wherever you're watching around the world, just do a quick search on Google for time difference, but around 2:15 local time, that's Thai time, it will be our final of the day.
UTC +7.
There you go. By the way, I wouldn't take that as gospel, by the way, but that's what Matthew's telling you, so if you're willing to trust him, go ahead. Is that summertime or wintertime?
Oh God, I don't know.
Yeah, see, you got to know. You got to know the facts. Good to see the start officials down there with their umbrellas, ready for the next round, which will be the men's 50+ semi-final. Great view from the drone there. You can see there's some great administration buildings at the end of the course. All the facilities are here for a top-class event such as this, a World Championships. And I know that everybody who's been taking part has been super impressed by the level of organisation. There was a little bit of confusion with the buses this morning, but that was our fault, not the organising committees. But they were very accommodating when we suggested that they needed to bring the bus departure forward by about 1 hour, and they were happy to do it. So thank you very much for that, and we managed to get here on time. The weather here, well, it's always around 32 degrees. There's a bit of a breeze there. There's a little bit of cloud cover, but at the moment the whole course is bathed in sunshine, surrounded by greenery. We had a shower. In fact, it was more than a shower. It was almost a downpour that lasted for around 20 minutes mid-afternoon yesterday. It took us all by surprise because there were no clouds in the sky. But somehow rain was falling. I couldn't work it out. I went home and I looked it up online. What does it mean when rain's falling out of the sky and there's no clouds? I could not get any explanation at all. But it did happen. Believe you me, it did happen.
But
beautiful view.
You did get your rainbow, though.
Yeah, we did get a rainbow. Look at that. Look at that beautiful view. What a great setup here it is in Thailand. From our drone, from our eye in the sky, you can see there is our 200-metre course. And of course, they have had canoe sprint events here. They've had rowing events here as well. Dragon boat racing. They've had dragon boat racing here on this course. It really has been a mega centre for paddling activities in this part of the world. And we are very excited to bring you our World Championships. The athletes are starting to get into position now for the first of our men's 50+ semi-finals. Same as, in fact, no, this is, we've got
4 semi-finals.
So just the first 2 will go through to the A final. And then third and fourth will go through to the final B, and the rest will be out. So a little bit different.
And we have a returning defending champion, that is Peter Weidert, who is known for being a gold medalist with the ICF in 2021 with the in the plus 40 category. So he won that division in his last year of the plus 40 division. And last year in 2022, he won the gold medal in the 50 plus category. Is coming back. He looked really, really strong yesterday. I don't know who could really beat him today. We've got some top names, of course. We've got a newcomer, Olivier Gariou, in semi-final number 1. That's Noik.
So here we are, introducing the field. In lane 1, we have Johan Skarsgård from Sweden.
Sverige.
Yep, looks like the wind's picked up a little bit. There he is, David Crosby. Chris Stringer from Canada in lane number 2. And we know that Chris's son is watching. Give us a wave, Chris. Oh, no, we missed that. Number 3, lane 3 is Gabor Szabo.
From Hungary, also a top racer.
Lane number 4, Mr. Larry Kane. Hello, Larry. Looking pretty relaxed out there on the starboard. Olympian, of course, Olympic champion. Lane number 5.
In sprint canoe, Olivier Gariou from New Caledonia, France. First entrance on the ICF scene. Guido Donze from Switzerland, also a regular on the ICF SUP scene. Kochi Matsumoto from Japan in lane number 7. And Augusto Garcia, a former windsurf world champion from Andalusia, Spain, in lane number 8. And the father of Augusto Garcia, who's also competing in the junior.
And we're underway. It seems almost cruel that only 2 of this field can go through to the into the final, because it really is a very, very strong race indeed. And it looks like it might be in lane number 3. I think it's Szabo who's gone out the quickest. Next to him, right next to him, is Larry Kane from Canada.
And a pretty slow start by Olivier Gariou on the son of a board right there in the middle. But
look at Larry Kane in lane 4. He is making every poster winner here. He's gone out nice and strong. Right next to him now, pushing him in lane 3 is Gabor Szabo from Hungary. They are your top 2. Only 2 go through to the
A final.
To the A final. So it
3
looks
and 4
like
will go to the B final.
Yep. It looks like Larry Kane has this race in his keeping. Gabor Szabo is clear in second now. So those 2 should go through to the A final.
And it looks like Chris Stinger and Olivier Gariou will get that spot for the B final.
Whoa,
so
Gariou.
No A final for Olivier Gariou.
Gee, flew home.
On his first ICF participation, but Larry Kane definitely got the job done. He in his, should we say his favorite event, being a sprint canoe champion. I would say so. However, he's known for all kinds of SUP racing, including ultra long distance racing. But Larry Kane had a great start and managed to get that first spot all the way to the finish line in semi-final number 1. We've got 3 more semi-finals coming up in the 50-plus men's.
So the second, all these semi-finals are stacked. Absolutely no doubt about this. We've got 4 semi-finals, as Matthew said, just 2 to go through. I tell you what, Olivier Gariou, I think he mistimed his race a little bit. He was flying home at the end. I think if he went back and watched a replay, he might consider that he maybe should have gone out a little bit harder early on. He probably wanted to time his race, but he flew home. And he was making up a lot of ground at the end, but it just left it way too late there. And Larry Kane and Gabor Szabo from Hungary both had done all the hard work early on and had those top 2 positions sewn up very early in the race.
All right, coming up, semi-final number 2 in the 50-plus men's division. We are on day 2 of the 2023 ICF SUP Worlds. The sprint competition is on with Richard Proust in lane number 1 from the Netherlands. We have from Austria Norbert Hodel on lane number 3, we have Lefteris Maroulakis from Greece on the NSP. Another NSP board that is from Thailand, Wasan Manein.
Very impressive yesterday, Wasan. I'm looking forward to seeing what he brings today. Lane 5, it is the Italian Daniele Canoe from Italy. Lane number 6, we have the German Gert Weisner in lane 6, looking pretty relaxed out there on...
The founder of Lightboard Corp. We've got in lane 7 Julio Perez from Santa Pola, Alicante, Spain. And lane number 8, Chao Yuan Tseng from Taipei. Yoo!
Great to see Taipei represented here in this semi-final. The top 2 athletes will go through. I was very impressed with the Thai paddler yesterday, Manin. I'm looking forward to seeing what he brings to this semi-final.
Yeah, Daniele Cani was looking good also yesterday. And let's see if that hierarchy is kept. Watch out for Gerd Weisner, of course, the CEO and founder of Lightboard Corp, also the CEO of the SUP Alps Trophy, which is a regional international SUP circuit in Germany, covering Germany, Austria, and now Slovenia. So Central Europe, pretty popular circuit. And actually, the Lake Rocks Festival in Austria was part of the ICF circuit this year.
So we are due to get underway in around, let's say right now. It's just gone half past the hour. Our second semi-final in the men's 50 plus. The wind has picked up a little bit, I think. This headwind is quite strong, and we are underway, and it does look like it is the Thai, Manin, who got away fast, but so did Hoddle from Austria.
Yeah, Norbert Hoddle, great start by the Austrian Norbert Hoddle on the son of a board, in the lead by half a board's length right now.
It's Daniele Cane from Italy and Gert Weisner from Germany as well, also up there challenging. Remember, only 2 athletes will go through to the A final. No time to dilly-dally. It is looks like in lane number 2, it is Hoddle from Austria.
Wow, very impressive performance by Norbert Hoddle from Austria. Indeed, on the son of a board right in the front now, a full board's length ahead of the field.
Carney from Italy currently sitting in second, but it's the Thai Manin who's trying to pull him in. It's going to be a very interesting race for the second position.
Oh,
that's the spot there for the final. It is Hoddle who has this race in his keeping. Who will take second? Manin from Thailand moves into a clear second position. The Thai fans are getting behind him. Lift your man, folks. Get behind him. He's going to go through to the final. It is Norbert Hoddle who wins, and Manin from Thailand.
And it is Gerd Weisner who gets the 3rd spot. So final B for Gerd, and Daniele Cani is going to get that that 4th place.
Yeah, but Norbert Hoddle
with B final as well.
Norbert Hoddle, he had that race blown away in the first 50 metres. Look at his start there in lane 2. Flew out of the blocks, and then it was a really interesting race between Wasan Manin from Thailand and Daniele Cane from Italy, who was in front there. You can see in the picture there, Cane in front of Manin, but then the Thai paddler, with the Thai fans getting behind him, in the last 50 metres, he moved into a clear second, and in fact, Carney stopped as though shot. But he will still make it through to the B final alongside Gert Weisner. But, Norbert Hoddle was very impressive.
Exactly. I was going to say, I didn't expect that from him today. This was huge from Norbert Hoddle. So definitely moving in a hierarchy as far as I'm concerned for the favorites. Of course, we haven't seen yet Mr. Peter Weidert is coming in. So 1:03:53. I think we should really start marking those times, just to make to have a better indicators of everybody's form. So 1:03:53 for Norbert Hoddle.
So we now move to our 3rd semi-final, and a really strong field here. As well as you would expect, this is a World Championships, and we're at the semi-final stage. In lane 1, it is William Fernandez from Spain.
You can call him Will, actually.
Let's call him Will. In lane 2, we were on the bus with him this morning. Darren Pratt from Australia. Give us a wave, Darren.
From Perth.
From Perth in Australia. In lane 3, Ilya Netijin representing the ICF in lane 3. In lane 4 is Wei Hao Peng from China.
In lane 5, it is Martin Marinov from...
That's not Martin Marinov. That's lane 6.
That's lane 6, sorry.
We skipped Martin Marinov. He's not out there.
Oh, what's happening?
Oh, no, here he comes. Can you look at him? Here he
That's
comes.
Him.
Nice you to turn up, Martin.
That's Derek Schrotter. God, I'm
Nice
getting confused.
you to turn up, Martin. Anytime, man. Come on.
Derek Schrotter from Canada, lane number 7. We saw Carsten Kermis earlier from Germany, and here is Zsolt Peto from Hungary, now established in Valencia, Spain.
He was on the bus with us this morning as well. It was an all-star bus trip.
Good chit-chat this morning.
I can tell you. Good to see Martin Marinov just fashionably late there. I think he was getting he was booked in for an 8:30 facial this morning, and it may have run over time. He told me he was just having his eyelashes done, etc. So he was a little bit late getting to the start line, but there he is out there in lane number 5. But this is a good race. Just 2 to go through to the final. Carsten Kermes from Germany, Marinov from Australia, Peng from China is a sneaky one.
He was impressive.
Sneaky one to watch
yesterday, indeed. 4. So was Martin.
And they are in the starters' hands. 200 metres. It's a splash and dash for our men 50 plus. Just 2 to go through to the final. And then the next 2 will go through to the B final. For the rest of the field, they will be out. And they will be able to come and sit in the stands and watch the race for gold later on. And we are underway, and it's lane number 2. Darren Pratt from Australia flew out of the blocks, as did his Australian teammate Martin Marinov,
who's now very much in the lead already after only 40 meters. Martin Marinov from Australia leading that semi-final number 3 on the starboard. That's lane number 5. Next to him, Carsten Kermis, also a regular and a top German international racer.
At the moment, it's Martin Marinov, last to the start line, first to the finish post for the former Bulgarian, who now races for Australia. He's putting a bit of air between himself and Carsten Kermis from Germany, sitting in second. In fact, it's a good race for second. Coming through now, I think it's in lane 3.
Ilya Netijin from the ICF.
Yes, he has moved into a clear second position.
Second place, yes.
So Netijin at the moment sits in a position for the final, but it's going to be Marinov first. Now lifting now is looks like it is Kermis again. Oh, Carsten Kermis, I think. Maybe.
He's claiming it. Carsten Kermis claiming it.
He's claiming it, but it was very close between Carsten Kermis from Germany and Ilya Netijin representing the ICF. It was, well, Carsten Kermis is confident, but I'm not sure. Martin Marinov certainly got the bickies. Next time, turn up on time if that's okay with you, Martin. But he has got... Oh! And here we go, someone having a kip. It was a tough race. It's hard work out there. And just having a little rest now at the end of his race. Who is that? Lane...
That's lane number 8. That's
Zsolt. Might be Derek Schrotter, is it? So
no, Derek Schrotter was on a flying fish. Zsolt Peto on the starboard, I think.
But let's wait now for... that was a very close race for second. Carsten Kermis seemed confident. I don't know that I'm that confident. It was very close. Can we see the finish, guys? Can we see the finish, please, if that's possible? Here we go. Let's have a look here. So it's... Is it going to be the German?
Yes.
Well,
Carsten Kermis, second.
He's got a good eye, hasn't he?
Yeah. Ilya Netijin from the ICF in third goes to the B final. And who was in fourth?
It was
Zsolt Peto. Wow.
Hungary in final B.
B final, unfortunately, for Derek Schrotter and our new friend Darren Pratt from Perth, Australia. They're out of the competition. We are moving on to the last semi-finals in the 50-plus men's division with a Frenchman with a Chilean passport. That's Christophe Connery. Let's wait till we have a good view of him. That's it. Christophe Connery from Chile in lane number 1. He's got the same haircut as me. We've got from Germany, Thomas Straubel in lane number 2 on the Sonova. In lane number 3, Hidehiko Fukushima from Japan on the SIC Maui. Here's the man, Peter Weidert, 2-time world champion in the sprint in the 40 plus and the 50 plus category. Here's the man who taught me how to paddle, Mr. Marc Foraster from Barcelona, Spain.
Well, in lane number 6, it is Holger Hassenflug from Austria. In lane number 6, in lane number 7, all the way from New Zealand. Well, it's not that far, actually. In fact, he probably paddled here. It's that close. Scott Keon from New Zealand in lane number 7. And in lane number 8, the Greek, George Semniotis from Greece. But I think all eyes will be on lanes 4 and 5. Peter Weidert, who has been so impressive yesterday. And right next to him, the man who, well, he doesn't call it his claim to fame, but my co-commentator, it's his claim to fame, Mark Forrester, who taught Matthew how to paddle. And I've got to say, Mark Forrester, you're a great racer, but I don't know that you're a great coach.
You know what? I'm curious to find out what Holger Hassenflug, who had a great day yesterday, what he's capable of in this last semi-final. It was very impressive yesterday. He's got a new board. It's I'm pretty sure it's Sonova, is it? Where is he? Lane number 6. Yeah, that's him. Lane number 6, Holger Hassenflug. Good friend of Christian Taher, who is the new Sonova team manager. And who's got the best on?
Well, Fukushima from Japan, but look at Peter Weidert. Whoa. He's just pinning the ears back now, and he has raced out to an early lead already.
Mark Forrester in second, though, on the starboard.
Look at Peter Weidert go, though. This time, as Matthew said, he's a 2-time world champion, and this is why, folks. He has already put distance between himself and the rest of the field. It's a race for second already. Mark Forrester clearly in second place. Challenging him, though, is the Japanese paddler Fukushima, who's looking good in lane 3.
As well as Holger Hassenflug from Austria, who's got the 3rd spot right now.
But look at Peter Weidert go, folks. This is an outstanding performance from this man. He's wanting to be a world champion again. He's looking in world championship form.
On your screen, Marc Forrester, though, from Barcelona, Spain, on the starboard in second place.
From Hassenflug. Forrester has to lift, and he does so. Hassenflug putting in some tough yards
it's
here.
It's going to be tight between these two.
Just got
but
there.
Marc Forrester's got it. And
Mark Forrester had a little nap there, I think, just having a bit of a kip as he got near the finish line.
I think Mark has got to work on his paddle direction and paddle transition as well.
Well, everyone else did 200 meters. Mark Forrester did 230 because he was crisscrossing across his lane there. He needs to get that radar going if he wants to challenge.
Well, nevertheless, is through to the A final. It's a bit unfortunate for Holger Hassenflug, who was close to get it in the last 40 meters, but Mark Forrester managed to keep that second place all the way to the end. Well done. So who have got in fourth? Is it the Japanese then? Who's behind Holger Hassenflug in fourth? Who's going to the B
final? I think it was Fukushima from Japan. Fukushima, I think. But look at Peter Weidert there. Wow, that is impressive. And in fact, no, the Japanese paddler stopped as though shot. It looks like it might be the German Straubel who gets through in...
Or maybe from New
Keon.
Zealand, rather. Scott Keon, yeah.
Scott Keon from New Zealand, yes.
From New Zealand,
Scott Keon gets through to the B final.
Scott Keon's got it and celebrates his B final qualification.
And landed on his coccyx there, so hopefully he hasn't got a bruised coccyx after that tumble.
On your screen, though, Sandrine Berthe from the southwest of France, the water woman. She can do it all. Surf life saving, outrigger canoe paddling, and of course stand-up paddle racing.
Look at that.
Here are the results.
58.51.
Oh,
wow.
That's 4 seconds better than Martin Marinov. Actually, that's very, very impressive.
Wow.
Well, if you've got a bit of money to spend, I think you can put it on.
No, we don't. We do not condone gambling at all. It's a dreadful, dreadful habit to get into. But if you've seen a red hot favourite, then that is your red hot favourite, Peter Weidart. Just super impressive. We'll take something special to beat him this afternoon for the gold medal. You would think in the 50-plus men's division. So we are about to, we've got, let's see, 9:50 local time. We've got a little bit of time. We'll take a break for a couple of minutes, and then we'll be back for the first semi-final in the women's 40-plus. So the athletes are starting to move into position for the first of our women's 40-plus semi-finals, and in this race it will be the first 4 who go through to the A final. The rest will go through to the B finals. So we have 2 semi-finals for the women, and some big names racing in these 2 semi-finals. We'll introduce them in just a moment, including the defending world champion, Matthew. She will go in the second semi-final.
Yes, she is waiting for her moment in semi-final number 2, but the big name in semi-final number 1, as far as I'm concerned, is Petronella van Malsen, who is probably the most experienced out of the entire field. I was very impressed, though, with Manman Wang from China yesterday. Angela Mackie also looked pretty good yesterday. The one of the Olgas that was very impressive yesterday was Olga Merkulova from the ICF, also in the mix. Let's wait for a personal presentation of each athlete in coming up.
And you can see the flags there. If you look at the red flags there, they are quite strong at the moment. So here we have in lane 1, representing China, Xu Xiangni from China. Good, strong Chinese team here. A lot of athletes competing in every age group. In lane number 2, it is Olga Merkulova representing the ICF. In lane 3, again, another Chinese paddler, Yusei Yuan from China in lane 3.
Here comes Petronella van Malsen, lane number 4 on the Mistral board, representing the Netherlands.
And our third Chinese athlete in this field, in lane 5, she was very good yesterday, Man Man Wang. I'm looking forward to seeing what Man Man can bring. I'm tipping her to make it through to the final. Man Man Wang from China in lane 5. In lane 6, from New Zealand, it's Angela McKee from New Zealand.
On a New Zealand board, actually, that's deep ocean board out of New Zealand. Florence Julien from Switzerland on the Sonova board, lane number 7. And here comes Shizato Iwasaki from Japan in lane number 8 on an NSP board.
So a good crowd here, very good crowd here. Look at the fans who've turned out today to watch their athletes competing. I'm sorry about the language there. Hoi Shan Kwon, our event organizer, he's got a mouth on him like a fishmonger's wife. Disgraceful language that we just. Oh, look at it. Is that a false start or have they? Nope, they've given it the all clear. Certainly, Merkulova from the ICF got a jump on the rest of the field. And it looks like in lane 4 it is Van Melsen from the Netherlands, though, who has moved through to an early lead. So the top 4 will go through. It is Van Melsen from the Netherlands. It's Merkulova from the ICF. And then a good race to 3rd and 4th at this stage. No doubt about our leader, though, Van Melsen from the Netherlands. Look at Merkulova, though. She's going with her. It's a really strong race here for the lead.
Yeah, Merkulova, who did impress me yesterday in her very first race. Petronella van Malsen now definitely putting a good show in this first semi-final.
Wang and McKee from China and New Zealand are currently sitting in 3rd and 4th. And look at McKee now from New Zealand. She's lifting another gear and has moved into outright 3rd position. But it is Van Melsen. She is cruising to the finish line. Merkulova's stopping a little bit as McKee starts to make up a bit of ground. But it is definitely Petronella Van Melsen, a good strong
110 in that area
close
for
second,
Petronella
but
Van
we'll
Malsen.
give it to the paddler from the ICF. I think Merkulova got there just ahead of McKee
and Man
Man Wang from China.
Gets the 4th spot.
But there's a big smile there from Petronella, and she's got every right to smile too because that was a very impressive race.
And after seeing Eli Yarges yesterday,
Look at that
who
start.
had a great run.
Look at that start from Merkulova. I mean, perfectly legal. I'm calling it as legal. No, I mean we got eagle-eyed judges down there who would tell us if she broke the start.
Your green tells me something else.
No. Who am I to judge? She just got a flying start. But look at Angela McKee from New Zealand.
What a comeback!
She's finished full of energy.
She's in 3rd, but she almost got 2nd there. So I was saying, after seeing Eli Yarges yesterday, the defending champion, having a great run, and Petronella Van Malsen also having a great race day yesterday, I was really looking forward to that big final between, I guess, the big battle coming up, I guess, in the final between Eli Yarges and Petronella Van Malsen. But first of all, we will have to go through semi-final number 2 with some exciting names as well. coming from
just before we do
everywhere
that, a big shout out to everybody watching online. Great to have your company today. We hope you're enjoying the coverage. We're certainly enjoying bringing it to you. My name is Ross Solly. The man sitting alongside me is the voice and the face and the head of SUP Racing, Total SUP man, Mr. Matthew.
You didn't say the body, though.
He's not got the body. He's not got the body of a SUP racer. He's got the body of a SUP board. Verity Thomas.
Verity Thomas, lane number 1. Here she is from Great Britain, from the Channel Islands. Here's Lidvina Champendal from Switzerland on son of a board, lane number 2. She was in the same massage parlor as me yesterday, actually. Hong Zhang from China in lane number 3. On starboard all-star, we've got Takayo Yokoyama. I think she's on a JP Australia board there. Lane number 4. Eli Yarges, the defending champion, is here with us, of course. And we're going to pay close attention to her time today.
Lane number 6, it is Sandrine Bert from France. In lane number 6, in lane number 7, in just a moment, she was on our bus this morning. It was an all-star bus, Danielle Holsworth, and she said, "Can you guys just shut up a little bit in the commentary box? You distract me when I'm racing." And in lane 8, Liu Meng from China. Good field again. Get the top 4 go through to the final, but let's watch in lane 5, the defending world champion, Eli Largues.
I guess the main battle should happen between lane number 4 and lane number 5 in this race. From what we've seen, we saw yesterday, but a lot of people, a lot of athletes were also making just sure that they were qualified and not pushing all the way. So we might have some surprises from the likes of Verity Thomas and Sandrine Bert and Danielle Holsworth also. Let's have a look. Who's got the best start?
It looks like it is in lane 5. It is Eli Largues who's got out the quickest, as you would expect. Right next to her, though, it is the athlete from Japan, Yokoyama, in lane 4. Also in lane 3, good start for the Chinese paddler Hong Zhang. But look at lane 5. That is Eli Largues. That is a defending world champion. She's got out to a flying start and is already putting a little bit of distance between herself and the rest of the field. In lane 4, right next to her, it's Yokoyama from Japan, who's moved into second, and Hong Zhang from China, I think clearly sitting in third at the moment. A very good race for 4th.
And Takayo Yokoyama was on a sprint podium in a previous event. She is in the second place right now on the JP Australia board, but Eli Yarges, hailing from Catalonia, Spain, the defending champion.
She's just slowing down a little bit now, and Yokoyama is making up a bit of ground on her. It doesn't matter, really, who finishes first and second. They are both going to go through. Now Largues lifts the work rate again. I think she thought she had a bit more room.
And in 4th, it looks like Sandrine Bert from France.
Is it the British paddler down in closest to the screen?
It's a tag one between 3 athletes, actually, from Danielle Holsworth. Verity Thomas and Sandrine Bert. We're going to...
I'm going to call it for Danielle Holsworth in lane 7. I think she got through in 4th position, but it is very close. I'm going to call the Canadian just ahead of the Brit, Verity Thomas.
You can call whatever you like.
Yes, I can. I've got the microphone. I have the microphone. People forget that. But Eli Largues had this race under control. She possibly took her foot off the pedal a little bit towards the back end of the race, then suddenly realized that Takayo Yokoyama was right up alongside her. She lifted the work rate again. You can see there, she's suddenly lifted the work rate. She crosses first. Second was Yokoyama. Third, the athlete from China, Hong Zhang. Now, let's have a look here. Who got 4th? It is very close.
I think it is Canadian.
I think it is Danielle Holsworth, but it is really close between her and Sandrine Bert, who it will come down to a photo finish. Holsworth gets it. Wow. Danielle Holsworth gets it by 0.04 of a second.
0.04, yeah.
Wow, I think that pep talk we gave her on the bus this morning worked wonders. We just had a few wise words, didn't we? We said, just try and go forwards, not backwards, and go as fast as you can. And she said, thank you very much for that great advice. I'm going to write that down.
You're going to put me in trouble with Sandrine Belt,
She said, I'm going to write that down. I'm going to stick it on the front of my board so I can see it as I'm paddling down the course. And it worked for her because she has snuck through in 4th position, and she will go into the final a little bit later on today. So let's have a look at...
So we are going to have that exciting battle I was talking about earlier on between Petronella Van Malsen and Ellie Jarges. Definitely now the 2 favorites for the gold medal in the final. But don't rule out Takayo Yokoyama, who made a comeback at the end of that semi-final number 2, almost snatched that first place from the Catalan Ellie Jarges.
So just looking now at the makeup of our final. Olga Merkelova got through, so we have ICF represented. We have the Netherlands. I think we have 2 Chinese paddlers. We have New Zealand. We have Spain, Japan, and Canada. So 7 nations will be represented in the women's 40+. And we told you earlier there'll be 8 different nations competing in the women's 50+. So once again, a great advertisement for how truly global stand-up paddling is as a sport. We have athletes from all over the world, and there is no one country that so far today has dominated the racing. Just going to go back now while we've got a little bit of time, Matthew, and work out which nations are going to be in the 50+ men's. So we've got Australia.
Germany.
Another German and a Spaniard. Just so, folks, I'm doing this live as we go to air. We have Thailand and Austria, Canada and Hungary. That's right, isn't it?
That's right, yeah.
So Hungary, Canada, Austria, Thailand, Australia, Germany, Spain. So 7 different nations in the men's as well, in the men's 50+.
50+, yeah.
This is good. This is exciting.
It is indeed, and some new faces as well. So I really look forward to the next round.
You know, there are a lot of sports around the world that call themselves global, but it seems to always be the same nations that are dominating. But I've got to say, for stand-up paddling, as we're seeing today, it truly is. Can lay claim to being a truly global sport just from what we're seeing today and the results we're seeing in the countries that are progressing through to the next round. Now we are looking forward to bringing you the first of the men's 40+. That is down for 5 minutes past 10 local time. So I might just take a break for a minute or 2 and then we'll be back in just a sec. Just while we're on a break, we've just had a couple of messages, or one actually, on the chat, saying that the commentary has dropped. Can someone just let us know on the chat if you are receiving the commentary loud and clear? We just want to make sure that we don't have any problems, because Matthew has been dropping some words of wisdom today, some absolute pearls that I know people at home are writing down. They want to use it for themselves when they give their next TED Talk, stuff like that. So let us know on the chat. I know this is silly, isn't it? How can I say, let us know if you can't hear us? That's just stupid. But you know what I'm saying. Maybe let us know if you can hear us. That's a better idea. Let us know if you can hear us on the commentary. You know what I'm saying, Matthew? Do you know what I'm saying? I've just said to people, let me know if you can't hear us. Do you know how
Well,
stupid that is?
if the audio didn't work, we would have more messages, I guess.
Just got a
Maybe
couple.
maybe a cable which is
Scott in New Zealand just
making
sent a
some weird
message through.
sounds. Can hear clearly. Thank you, Caesar.
Caesar says he can hear us clearly, so thank you, Caesar. We're here for you. See, we are here for you, Caesar. So.
Okay, just before we move on to the 40-plus men's semi-final number 1, I'm looking at the times. Petronella van Malsen finished her race in 1:09.81 and Ellie Jorges in 1:12. So there's a 3-second difference between the Dutch champ and the Spanish one, the defending champion from Barcelona. 3 seconds. Obviously, we saw that Ellie did stop paddling hard in the last 30 minutes, so obviously that could explain. But right now the advantage is for Petronella van Malsen before we go to the final.
So lane
Let's
number
move
1
on.
from the Czech Republic, Branislav Sremak, he's going to sit down for this race, maybe. That'll be, I don't know if that's legal. I don't know if he's allowed to do that. In lane 2 from Canada,
Tim Oliver,
starboard
rider from Canada. Lane number 3, a legend in Israel. That's
Nimrod
Nir,
representing the ICF. Good luck today, Nimrod, going out there with this headwind. He's looked in a very good form in the early rounds.
Joep van Bakkel in lane number 4.
Now,
his first participation in an ICF World Championship, and he did well yesterday. It was very impressive. We're glad to have Martin Teichmann back with us at the ICF SUP Worlds on the Sonova from Berlin, Germany. Tomas Varnas from Lithuania in lane number 6. He was also pretty impressive yesterday. Albert Folch from Barcelona, Spain, did manage to get his qualification yesterday. Here comes from Singapore in lane number 8, Wenjun Po.
And just some information, my very good friend Marion sent me through some information about Joop van Bakkel. Actually, I'll tell you that later because we are underway. And it is, in fact, Van Bakkel from the Netherlands, who is a 9th at the World Games Marathon last year, 6th in the world in 2012, 5th in the European Ocean Racing, and he has gone out hard.
Yes, but Martin Teichmann is now taking the lead also on Sonova. So 2 Sonova at the front right now. Lane number 5 and 4.
Just 2
Germany
athletes
and
go
the
through.
Netherlands.
Just first and second will go through to the A final. So everything is up for grabs here, and it is Teichmann in front. Good race for second between Tim Oliver and Joop van Bakkel at the moment. They are really hammering it out for second position. It looks like Teichmann in front, though. Van Bakkel clearly in second at the moment. Can anybody run him down? Van Bakkel finishing strongly. Teichmann, no doubt about him, though, in front, though, Matthew. He's looking pretty strong, isn't he?
Yeah, but that paddle transition from the Canadian athletes, Tim Oliver, might have cost him his second place. It is Joop van Bakkel getting his final A qualification for the B final. We have from, was it from the Lithuanian athlete? I'm not entirely sure. It was definitely Tim Oliver in 4th, who was in 3rd.
But a very good win there for Martin Teichmann from Germany. And in second was Joop van Bakkel. I was going to tell you, he's a very well-rounded athlete, competes ocean racing, marathon, and apparently he's the main developer of stand-up paddling in the Netherlands. So he's got a good paddling pedigree, and he has made it through to the final of the men's 40+.
And he also coaches kids in the Netherlands. So some top future stars coming out of Netherlands thanks to the work of Joop van Bakkel. Among others,
Looks
there's also Mr. Bosak.
I think the Lithuanian,
Bjorn Bosak also.
The Lithuanian did get through in 4th, so that's Tomas Varnas who has made it through in 4th. They're saying 3rd there, but I think the Canadian got through ahead of him.
Okay.
Tim Oliver. We'll just wait for confirmation. It's very close. But definitely Tim Oliver and Tomas Varnas into the B final. Now on a chat line, a couple of texts saying that the sound is okay, but we fade in and out every now and then. I think that's when when Matthew's tears fall onto the microphone because he's just so overcome with excitement today that every now and then he sheds a tear. Now wow, look at the quality of this field. I cannot believe only 2 of these athletes can go through to the next round. In lane number 1, it is Angel Ruiz from Spain.
Angel Ruiz.
Angel. In lane number 2.
Patrick Agusol, I'll say it in a French way because he's French, but he represents Australia. Lane number 3, he is the defending champion, Artem Avramenko. We're still waiting for him to show us what he's capable of because he did manage to get through to this stage, but he hasn't produced his best paddling so far. This is Olivier Dariomerlu from Seniors, France. He was second last year. He produced the best time yesterday in the 40-plus men's division. Here's Christian Taucher from Austria, the new Sonova team captain. Here's lane number 6, Sung Ho Han from South Korea on the starboard. Lane number 7, Jianhua Fan from China. And he did manage to get his qualification yesterday. Barely. Alistair Hughes, the man who walked on the water yesterday from Great Britain in lane number 8.
And you can see some of the paddlers really struggling a little bit to stand up. The wind has picked up quite a bit. It's a little bit choppy out there, so it's made for some challenging race conditions. Of course, a lot of these guys are used to paddling on the ocean, so this is nothing too much at all. But it is picking up the wind, and it is a headwind for these athletes, so it'll make it even more difficult. It is still very hot here, folks, I can tell you. It is in the 30s, and there is no cloud cover today. It is just bright sunshine. It's very warm indeed for our paddlers. 2 athletes will go through to the final. Watch in lanes 3, 4, and 5 especially. They are the 3 who would probably be favourite, but only 2 can go through, so it's going to make for some tight racing.
Good start by Olivier Dariomerlu there. Lane number 4 on the 4-5 Pro board. Also a great start by 2 Sonova riders right next to him. That's Christian Taucher and Artem Avramenko. But Olivier Dariomerlu has got the upper hand so far, just an inch or 2 ahead of Artem Avramenko in lane number 3.
And Christian Taucher falling back now. He did not get the best of starts. It's the Korean Sung Ho Han who
Someone falls though.
Oh, yes, that's lane 7, I think. Fan from China, I think, has gone in. So in lane 3, it is Avramenko. But look at the leader at the moment in lane 4.
The Frenchman, Olivier Dariomerlu, multi-time world champion in the 40-plus men's category in different disciplines over the past 2 years. Olivier Dariomerlu from
Good
France.
Race for second. It is Avramenko just ahead of Ho Han from Korea. I think it's Dariomerlu is through safely in second position. It looks like it's going to be the defending champion, Avramenko from Ukraine.
Wow.
The B final will go to Sung Ho Han, and right next to him, I think Christian Taucher finishing in 4th position and getting a spot in the final. I think it was Jinhua Fan from China who had a spill at the early stage of that race.
And Olivier Dariomerlu now a clear favorite in the sprint competition. He's definitely upped his game over the past year in I would say regular disciplines, because Olivier Dariomerlu, believe it or not, is known in France as being one of the top ultra long distance racers. But over the past year, he's made a transition to regular disciplines like sprints, technical racing, and the normal long distances. That is up to 15 kilometers. And that transition is clearly successful, with Olivier Dariomerlu clearly a favorite now for a gold medal in the sprints. We've got semi-final number 3 coming up.
And just a couple of quick shout-outs. Hello to Megan, listening with spotty internet in Northern Ontario and enjoying the commentary. Thank you, Megan. We're enjoying bringing this to you. Scott says, we're sounding okay now, but it was like you were commentating in an adjacent toilet earlier. Yes, my apologies. Matthew did actually visit the little boy's room, and he forgot to turn his microphone off. It was very awkward. Very awkward for all of us, in fact, and a little bit embarrassing, but just a little rookie error there for a commentator. When you do leave, you should turn your microphone off, but he's back now.
Glad I only went for number one.
Yeah, indeed. Thank you to Marcus Oliveri, who says, yes, unfortunately, we can hear you, Ross. He thinks that maybe during the break when we're not commentating, people are getting confused, and he suggested that we sing. Thank you, Marcos. Maybe you just focus, Marcos, on giving us this exciting new technology that you keep promising me, and we haven't seen yet, man. Just focus on your A game. Let's see, who else is... thank you to Dr. Jasmine in Japan, who's enjoying the commentary. We're enjoying it as well. People listening all over the world and watching all over the world, so we're just so excited to be able to bring you the racing today as we prepare now for semi-final number 3. And there's a couple of athletes in semi-final number 3 who, look, to be frank, they like getting their shirts off, and they're probably a little bit disappointed that they have to wear shirts today, but it is the rules. You cannot paddle topless if you're a bloke, or if you're a woman, for that matter.
And lane number 1, we've got Hu Luo from China on a starboard all-star. Lane number 2 from Romania, Culea Gabriel, also on starboard. On SIC Maui, of course, Mr. Tommy Boudet from Canada. From Slovakia/Finland, Tomas Lelovic on Sonova. Lane number 5, that's Jitakorn Siwengrash from Thailand, who was very impressive yesterday indeed. From Japan, Seiji Kashiwagi.
From Japan, in lane number 7, we have Filip Korzicki from Poland. In lane number 7, he's looking like he's ready for a big race. And in the outside lane, lane number 8 from Lithuania, Rimardis Ratjus from Lithuania. Watch the Thai paddler, Siren Crutch. He goes at 1,000,000 miles an hour. Goes at 1,000,000 miles an hour. We keep saying yesterday, if you could somehow channel that energy, you could provide enough electricity for this whole course. But he puts that into good effect because he's been very strong on the water. Gee, it's getting choppy out there now, Matthew. Look at that. The wind is picking up.
Yeah, so a very different outlook from the glassy conditions we met earlier on. Look at that wind and that white flags flying. So maybe some slower times actually because of that. It's clearly an upwind course now shaped up in front of the athletes.
So the athletes patiently waiting. Looks like in lane 4, it's Tome Lilovic just crouching down on his board there. So they haven't had the official get ready yet. As soon as he gets up, we'll know that we are about to get underway. Also watch Tommy Boudet in lane 3. Looked very good yesterday.
Yeah, he was second last year, not Olivier Darumelu. Olivier Darumelu was actually third. That's I'm correcting myself here. Olivier Darumelu won the technical race last year.
So we are just a little bit behind our official start time. I'm not sure what the delay is, but the race should have started 2 minutes ago. So I'm not sure if there's a problem with the technology or something's gone wrong, but we are now running a little bit behind time. So waiting to hear what's gone wrong. Apparently there might be a problem, we're told, with the finish camera. There is just a little issue with the camera at the finish line. We need to get that sorted out, obviously, because it's very important. We've had some close racing, but I think we're nearly ready to go now. So let's hope that that finish line camera is working, because it's a very important bit of technology that needs to work. And we are underway, and what a flying start we had in lane 6 for the man from Japan, Kashiwagi. He got away the quickest. In lane 3, Tommy Bude coming through as well. And look at the man from Thailand going at 1,000,000 miles an hour there. He's got so many moving parts.
Moving in second position now behind Tommy Bude is indeed Shiga Jidakorn Siwangrash from Thailand with his very high cadence. In the middle, Tomas Lelovic from Slovakia in second place now.
This is a really good race. Tommy Bude moving clearly out in front. Right next to him, it looks like it is Lelovic from Slovakia currently sitting in second. The Thai paddler has run his race. I think he's had enough.
Tomas Lelovic pushing hard right there in the middle, now taking the first place.
Lelovic moves into the front. It's Bude sitting in second. In third, across on the, is it Korzicki from Poland? Or is it the Japanese? No, it's the Japanese paddler Kashiwagi who's in third, but it's the Slovakian Lelovic. Bude second.
Tomas Lelovic is going to get it.
And third goes to the Japanese paddler Kashiwagi, and the paddler from Thailand, Serengrach, will make it through to the B final. He finished in fourth position. So good result there for Jidakorn Serengrach to finish in fourth position and make it through to the final. But a good race there between our first two paddlers, Tomas Lelovic from Slovakia and Tommy Bude from Canada. They will safely move through to the final for the men's 40 plus.
What a great second half of the race by Tomas Lelovic, who was a bit lost in the crowd in the first part. But he surged from the 100 meter to actually take on Tommy Bude, who is last year's silver medalist, behind Artem Avramenko, who hasn't produced so far what we know he's capable of. So
there is official confirmation. Lelovic from Slovakia first. Bude
that's
from
3
Canada.
seconds. Sorry, that's 3 seconds slower than Olivier Daomerlu in the previous semi-final.
I think the wind is picking up. I think it's actually that headwind is getting heavier. So now we'll try and make up a bit of time here. Here is your start list for the final semi-final for the men in the 40 plus. And I have to say, we've had 6 athletes already through to the final, and we have 6 different nations already, and we are underway, folks. We are running behind time. So Dmitry Sergey from Korea in lane 1, Liu from China 2, Wanyali from Thailand 3, Yoshida from Japan 4, Fidel from Romania 5, Frakos from Greece 6, Nasiri from Italy in 7, and Anderson from Denmark in lane 8. And it looks like it is in lane 4. Whoa!
Yoshida from Japan, clearly in the lead on the SAC Maui board ahead of 2 Sonova boards. That is
Victor Fudel from Romania, currently sitting in clear second. His biggest challenge is Wanyali from Thailand. But the paddler from Japan, Yoshida, clearly in front. Victor Fudel from Romania second. So Japan first, Romania second.
And look at that surf stance from Yoshida. That's when you're sure you're going to paddle on the same side all the way through to the finish line.
Oh, Frakos from Greece is flying home. Could he grab second? It is, at the moment, it looks like Fidel is just going to hold on just. Whoa. That was very, very close.
Yoshida, though, looking very happy there. I think he comes from Okinawa,
so
Japan.
Yoshida was first. I think Victor Fidel from Romania held on to second, but the Greek paddler, Georgios Frakos, flew home, nearly snatched second position, but I think he will have to settle for third and a place in the B final. Let's just wait for the official confirmation, though. But to my naked eye, these tired old eyes, sometimes they get it right, sometimes they get it wrong. But I'm pretty certain it was Yoshida first. The Romanian...
Is that the Greek?
Yeah, no, ignore those. Ignore those flags.
Okay.
They're incorrect. Those flags are incorrect. So ignore that, because it is first Yoshida, second Fidel, and then third Frakos from Greece. And fourth, I think, was it Nasiri from Italy? Let's just wait for confirmation on who gets the final B position. But a really impressive performance there from the Japanese paddler.
Yeah, just like yesterday, Yoshida is getting the job done for sure. We're going to have a look at the times. But so far in the 40-plus men category, clearly, Olivier Dariumelu with a time of 1.00.80 has got a 2-second lead on paper anyway, in theory, over Tomas Lelovic, who won semi-final number 3, and over Yohei Yoshida, who won semi-final number 4, as well as Martin Teichmann, who have the second best time and who won semi-final number 1. Here are the times. Yohei Yoshida, 1:04.15. Victor Fedul in second, you called it right. Georgios Frakos from Greece, and Sakta Vanyale from Thailand.
And I can tell you now, and I do get excited about this. I hope you're as excited as I am about this, but we have 8 different nations, again, 8 different nations in the men's 40-plus final. And again, I just think it's fantastic. It is so good that we've got nations from around the world, 8 different nations, all competing for gold, all competing for a world title later on this afternoon. It's something to be very excited about for our sport, I think, Matthew. I mean, you've covered a lot of stand-up paddling. It does seem like there are new nations coming through now and challenging some of the dominant nations, like Spain obviously is dominant. France, we know, is very strong. The Germans are strong, but we're seeing some new nations coming through.
Exactly, and maybe the nations which are going to rule in the future years, because thanks to the ICF, we're opening up to all those canoe culture countries in Central Europe, in Southeast Asia, and they bring new faces and new talents to the sport, which is amazing. And that has been the case since 2019, since the first ICF SUP World Championship in Qingdao. And we saw that clearly in Hungary on Lake Balaton in 2021, again in Poland last year. And this is just an amazing event we're putting together with more than 800 athletes coming from close to 50 nations, or more than 15 nations.
We're sitting on around 50 nations now, which is fantastic. So thank you to everybody who's supporting our World Championships. It's certainly a great privilege for us to be able to bring you these titles, and we're glad that everybody watching, well, I shouldn't say everybody, because there'll probably be a few grumbling and saying, God, these 2 buffoons sitting behind the commentator is annoying a good day's racing. But it is our great pleasure to bring you today's racing. We've got a little break now because our next race, the first semi-final in the Sprint Junior, is scheduled for 1:30 local time. So we'll just take a quick break for a couple of minutes and we'll be back with you very soon.
All right, we are back. And you can see the junior women lining up for semi-final number 1 with Cecilia Pampinella, clearly a favorite. The woman who won everything last year in all disciplines, 3 world titles in the junior division. Cecilia Pampinella from Roma, Italy is here with us. But lane number 1, we have Supachaya Kantong from Thailand. Make sure that you keep your balance there on the starboard. Also from Thailand, lane number 2, Thanaporn Somit on an NSP board. Here's Hanna Kaminska from Poland. Here's the champ, Cecilia Pampinella.
Lane 4. Lane 4 is Cecilia Pampinella. And, well, she's going to take some beating today, that's for sure. Lane 5, Claudia Postiglione from Italy in lane 5. You can see, gee, it's choppy out there now. Some of these athletes are really struggling to keep their balance. Naya Pinteric from Slovenia in lane number 6.
Lane number 7, that's Xilak Coxis, who's only starting in the SUP racing world. She's got a very, very strong swimming background in Hungary. And lane number 8, that is Laura Tan from China.
So top 4 will go straight through to the A final. Top 4 will go straight through to the final. And the rest will go through to Final B. But the lady to watch is in lane 4, Cecilia Pampinella. She is an out-and-out champion.
And here she is in action already in lane number 4, indeed. But someone is challenging her in lane number 6. That's Xilak.
Pinteric from
Slovenia.
From Slovenia. Really giving a big challenge here to the Italian favourite. So it's Pampinella, but Pinteric is in front. Well, are we going to have a bit of a boil over? It is only a semi-final, don't forget, folks. But Pinteric at the moment has the lead. Now we're seeing Pampinella come through. The Italian now, she's slipped up a gear. She is really starting to make a move through the middle of this race. It is still Pinteric in front. Pampinella trying to get to her. And right between them, it is, I think it is Postiglione from Italy.
Claudia Postiglione. Making a move now ahead of Cecilia Pampinella.
Wow.
Are we having a change of hierarchy in Italy with Claudia Postiglione, only 15 years old?
What a race this is. What a finish.
Win in this semi-final. This is an amazing achievement. She stopped paddling. Why did she stop paddling?
She's safe because she's safe. She's through. She knew she was through. And she just cruised over the finish line. She knew she'd done the work. I think she'd done the work. But what an impressive race from the Slovenian, Naja Pinteric. That was very impressive. Went out hard from the start and held on. Everybody was throwing everything at her, just trying to reel her in. But for every stroke, everyone, the chasing pack she had one that was a little bit stronger. Look at her there at the halfway stage. She was already in front, and she defied running down. That is an exciting race. Wow. We all thought Cecilia Pampinella had this one in the bag, but we've seen here.
Yeah, 2 challengers, and
in fact, if anything, I think that if she had continued paddling, Postiglione probably could have won that race.
I think she was in the lead.
She'd moved into the lead with just a matter of meters to go,
and she's only 15 years old. Can you believe that?
So. I don't know what the coach will say to her about stopping.
I hope she doesn't believe that the last buoy line is the actual finish line.
Well, she's quickly learning that it wasn't the case.
But Naya Pinteric from Slovenia, that's a new name as far as I'm concerned, takes the win. Cecilia Pampinella struggling a little bit there. In second place, Claudia Postiglione, who could have won this if she just had continued paddling.
And the 4th paddler through was the Hungarian, Kossis, who finished in 4th position. So they are the top 4 to go through. to the final later on this afternoon. Well, all of a sudden, this race is wide open. Excited. I'm excited about it. I'm so excited. I may just have to stand up for a moment, if that's okay with you, Matthew, because
Go ahead, Ross.
I can't sit down when I'm this excited. It's just a little bit too much for me. I'm trying to keep a lid on things here, folks, because we've got another semi-final to come. There we are, lane number 1. Kanae Shibahara from Japan. Lane number 2, representing South Africa, it's Chiara Vorster in lane number 2. Good to see the South Africans here this year, paddling well. They've come a long way to paddle here. Lane number 3, representing Germany.
Skadi Langbane, who was on the podium last year. She was second in 2022 in the sprint competition on the Sonova board. Lane number 4, Eftikia Alexandraki from Greece. Lane number 5, Kyriaki Logoteti, also impressed us last year on a starboard from Greece as well. Anna Hikova in lane number 6 from the Czech Republic. Lane number 7, also from the Czech Republic, Linda Sirovatkova.
And making up the field, lane number 8, the outside lane, Nakano Saki from Japan. So we have a couple of Japanese paddlers bookending this field, and a couple of Czechs, couple of Greeks, German and a South African in this race. The top 4 will go through to the final. So expect to see lanes 3, 4, and 5 out early. They'll go fast early. But after the last semi-final, well, there could be anything could happen in this racing. It is junior women, and a lot of these paddlers have come back after last year, and they're a lot stronger, a lot faster, a lot wiser. And we are underway, and it is indeed lane 4 who got the best of the start. It is Echvia Alexandraki from Greece who got a jump. Lane 6 as well.
6, that's Anna Hikova from the Czech Republic. Skadi Langbane is now in second position from Germany.
But it's Alexandraki from Greece who's made the early running here, but now trying to pull her in. In fact, going ahead, I think, is
Kyriaki Logoteti.
And Skadi Langbane as well from Germany, challenging for the lead. In fact, she may even have the lead at the moment in lane 3. Now we see Alexandraki pick up the pace again. She was just headed momentarily. She's moved into the lead again, but it's a very tight race because next to her it's Logoteti, her teammate from Greece, and Langbane, who are challenging. Now I think Logoteti has moved into the lead. So it's a Greece 1-2, and Langbane from Germany in lane number 2, in lane 3, sorry, is second. Logoteti in the... Oh, she's struggling to stay in her lane here. She needs to pull herself across. She cannot go out of her lane. She's... Oh, where's she going? She needs to correct her direction.
And Anna Hikova from the Czech Republic is going to get the 4th spot, apparently.
Wow, she...
what a finish.
We saw from the head-on camera there, Karaki Logoteti, she was having a bit of struggle staying in her lane. I think she's okay.
She was nowhere to be found in the first half of the race. That definitely surged in the second part.
She was. We saw her, though. She got in a bit of trouble with the lane ropes there, but I think she's okay. We've not had any red flags go up at this stage. But a very strong back half of the race for Karaki Logoteti. Her teammate Alexandraki was out very fast. Skadi Langbane as well from Germany, challenging early. But in the middle half of the race, it was Karaki Logoteti who moved into the lead. And once she got in front, she was going to defy running down. But you'll see here, if we get a head-on shot, she was really struggling towards the end of the race to stay in her lane. You can see there, she's just managed to sneak through.
And Skadi Langbane getting the second place ahead of another Greek paddler. Well, we had in 2021 the Spanish Tormenta. We might have in 2023 a Greek Storm because the juniors from Greece have really upped their games in the past 2 years. Yesterday, the best time in the junior boys was with Greece, with Andreas. I can't remember his last name, Andreas. Well, his first name was Andreas for sure. But anyway, 2 Greek guys won one of the late races yesterday, and the first one had the best time of the junior boys.
So just waiting now for official confirmation. I just want to make it confirmed that Karaki Logothetti is safely through. She did have a little bit of a tete-a-tete with the lane ropes, but I'm pretty certain that she, from what I could see, I mean, unless the judges have seen something that I've missed, I think she was fine. Just got a little bit too close to the lane next to her. I don't know if we can go back and just have a look at the front-on vision from the.
It is confirmed. It is confirmed.
It is confirmed she's through.
Kyriaki Logothetti in first place, indeed, with Kadi Langbein in second, and the last name I was looking for earlier is Vulgaris. Andreas Vulgaris had the best time in the junior men division yesterday.
So Alexandraki from Greece and Hukova from the Czech Republic also through. So well done. That's our final field. And if we look here, we have got 2 Italians, 2 Greeks. We have a Slovenian, we have a Hungarian, we have a German, and we have a Czech. For the women's junior. So we've got a bit of a break now. We've got until, I think, what have we got here?
Oh.
What's the next race, Alicia? I think we're missing some races here. So we have 6 minutes or so until the start of the men's junior first semi-final. So we'll be back with you in a couple of minutes. So here we go with the junior men's sprint, first semi-final, and the defending champion is Cameron Tripney, who we learned yesterday, Matthew, is home in South Africa studying for his exams. He wasn't studying yesterday, he was too busy watching the racing. I hope that hasn't reflected in his exam result today. But so we
caught him red-handed.
Yes, so we are going to crown a new junior world champion. In lane 1, we have Theodore Nikatis Mochos from Greece. In lane 2, we have Simon Ackerman from France.
In lane number 3, from the Ukraine, Damodara Mokhnyuk. He lives in Austria.
In lane 4, the dark horse, the man we're all waiting to see what he can bring today. It's Quinn Perrott from New Zealand. He surprised a lot of us yesterday, and we know what he's capable of. And we're underway. Lane 5 is Sergio Cantoral from Spain.
Having a great start along with Damodara Mokhnyuk from the Ukraine.
Lane 6 is Chenghao Chen from China. Lane 7, Zeno Szabo from Hungary. And lane 8 is Cedric Farbusch from Germany.
Only 2 of these paddlers are going to go to the A final. A great start at lane number 6. That's the Chenghao Chen from China in the lead right now next to Sergio Cantoral in second place. The world champion last year in technical racing.
Whoa, this race is closing up now, though. Look at lane 4. That is Quinn Perrott who's coming through. It is Cantoral from Spain in the lead. Perrott from New Zealand is flying home, and outside it is Chen from China. 3 athletes racing for the top 2 positions. It's Cantoral and Perrott at the moment. It is New Zealand and Spain fighting for that first position. I think the Spaniard maybe got there just ahead of Quinn Perrott from New Zealand. What a race.
And Damodara Mokhnyuk was the 4th, meaning that he's going to the B final along with the Chinese athlete Chenghao Chen, who finished 3rd. A tight battle at the front between 2 NSP riders. That's Sergio Cantoral and Quinn Perrott from New Zealand.
A really close finish. The official judges are giving it to Sergio Cantoral from Spain, but gee, there's not much in it. Let's have a look at the finish again. Quinn Perrott from New Zealand was a little bit slow out of the start. Oh, I don't know. I would like to have a look at that again, if it's possible. I would like if if our video judges can just go back and show us that finish again, because I think it was very, very close between Quinn Perrott. I mean, it doesn't matter, because the top 2 go through to the A final, but it was very close between the New Zealander Perrott and Cantoral. I know our judges gave it to Cantoral, but certainly half a paddle length afterwards, and Perrott was in front. So let's just wait for confirmation. As I said, it doesn't matter, because both will go through to the A final. But that was a very eagerly contested race between Perrott from New Zealand, who is... Oh, look at the difference in time.
0.04 of a second.
Cantoral from Spain.
For the Spaniard, Sergio Cantoral from Alicante. Quinn Perrott from New Zealand gets that second position to advancing position to final A.
And
good job, Damodara Mokhnyuk. And
the Chinese paddler Chenghao Chen was out really, really fast, but he couldn't maintain that pace, and he got run over the top of there by Perrott and Cantoral. Perrott missed the start a little bit, so if he can sort the start out for the final, he will definitely be an athlete to watch. So the next semi-final in lane 1 from Romania, Denis Stigne from Romania.
Lane number 2 from Argentina, Fabricio Rondinara. In lane number 3, that is Augusto Garcia from Andalucía, Spain.
And lane number 4, we have a local paddler, Chachai Prakamsri from Thailand.
In lane number 5, this is Vaik Garyu from New Caledonia, France.
In lane number 6, Natapa Koman, a.k.a. Plume, from Thailand in lane number 6. In lane number 7 from Japan, Kotori Miyahari from Japan, and another Thai paddler. Really strong Thai representation in this race. Surachot Langyam in lane number 8. So we have 3 Thai paddlers in this race. Can we get one of them at least through to the men's junior final? We are about to get underway, but watch lane 5.
And 2 of these paddlers were on the podium of the last year's sprint competition. That's Vai Garyu and Augusto Garcia in 3rd and 4th. Actually, Augusto was in 4th, but Vai Garyu was 3rd behind Cameron Tripney and Sota Iwai in 2022.
So does local knowledge mean anything on this course? We have 3 Thais in action. But yes, watch in lane 5, the Frenchman Garou. Probably favourite for this race, but it is in lane 3. It is Garcia who has flown out from Spain. He has grabbed an early lead, and he's going like the clappers.
Wow, an amazing start by the Spaniard from Andalusia, Spain. Lane number 3 on the starboard. That's Augusto Garcia. His dad raced earlier. They share the same name, Augusto Garcia Sr. and Augusto Garcia Jr. He's in the lead by a full board length over Vai Garyu in lane number 5. The Frenchman on the Sonova.
And in the middle, it's the Thai paddler Prakam Sri, who is also challenging now for 2nd position. But at the moment, it is indeed Garcia who is in front. Garou 2nd. They have 1st and 2nd.
And Vai Garyu pushing hard right now, getting close to passing first. Potentially, yes, he's got the lead now in that semi-final of the sprints. Vai Garyu from France, crossing the line in 1st, 2nd. Augusto Garcia from Spain is the Thai athlete in 3rd, and in 4th it was
Miyari from Japan.
From Japan.
So what a big finish there from Vakaru. The start there from the Spaniard Garcia, he really went out hard early on, and Garou timed his race to perfection, maybe hitting the lead in the last couple of meters of the race, but that was all he needed to do.
Playing with fire a little bit, I would say. It's a shame Augusto Garcia wasn't able to keep that pace all the way to the finish. You can see Augusto Garcia's cadence really slowing down in the last 40 meters, going for more powerful and long strokes rather than high cadence strokes at the beginning of the race.
But certainly looking like a medalist, Vakaru, on the form that we saw there. We still have 2 more semi-finals to go, though, and the racing's been pretty keen so far.
So let's have a look at the times when they come up. 6:50, 6:31. That's actually better than Sergio Cantoral, who scored a 56.86, winning semi-final number 1 earlier. So it is a tight battle, distance battle right now between the Spaniard Sergio Cantoral and the Frenchman Vai Garyu. Augusto Garcia is not far behind with a 57.11. But coming up is semi-final number 3 with João Olim from Madeira, Portugal, in lane number 1.
So again, just the top 2 athletes will go through to the final, and it's a strong field of 8 paddlers. So the first 2 go through to the A final. Positions 3 and 4 will go through to the B final, and for the rest, their day will be over.
And in this 3rd semi-final, first of all, we're going to present lane number 1, João Olim from Portugal on the NSP. From China, lane number 2, Yong Xiaotian Fu. In lane number 3, Mark Simoncelli from the island of Mallorca in Spain. Lane number 4, we've got yesterday's best time, Andreas Vulgaris from Greece.
Lane 5, the dark horse in this race, Ayo Panama from Indonesia. He impressed all of us yesterday. Can he bring that form to today's racing? It's a different kettle of fish, the semi-final. Lane number 6, Mattia Livanesi from Italy. In lane number 6, In lane 7, another Spaniard, Ivan Puente from Spain. And in the outside lane, lane number 8 in this men's junior semi-final, it is Nikolai Dakakis from Greece. But let's watch the Indonesian in lane 5, Simoncelli lane 3, and the Greek in lane 4, Volgaris. So lanes 3, 4, and 5 are the form paddlers going into this race, but it is a junior semi-final. Anything can happen. But certainly yesterday, the Indonesian in lane 5 was super impressive.
Yeah, he had a big lead in both of his races yesterday, but Andreas Volgaris had the best time of the day from Greece. So let's have a close look at lane number 4 and 5. Don't rule out Mattia Livornese from Italy, who looked good also yesterday, as well as Mark Simoncelli, very experienced paddler from Mallorca, Spain.
We are underway, and it is the Indonesian who's got away the fastest. He's taken out an early lead. Right next to him it is Volgaris from Greece, and on the other side it is Levanese from Italy. But lane 5, it is the Indonesian Arap Panama who is in the lead early, but challenging now lane 4. We see Volgaris coming through.
Pushing hard, really hard. Andreas Volgaris now with a full board length over the Indonesian paddler Ari Purnama in second place. Only 2 paddlers for an A final in this semi-final number 3.
Ivan Puente trying to catch up to the Indonesian, but look at our leader. That's an impressive race from Andreas Volgaris from Greece. He's going to cruise to the finish line and looks like clearly in second. Arap Purnama from Indonesia. He's going to make it through to a final. Great result for Indonesia.
Mark Simoncelli gets third, and Mattia Livornese gets
I think it was
fourth.
Ivan Puente got third, I think. I think Ivan Puente got third from Spain, and, and I think Livornese got fourth. I don't know what happened to Simoncelli. He was a bit off the pace there. But no doubt about our winner. Wow, that was impressive, wasn't it? The Greek paddler.
It was another top performance by the Greek paddler Andreas Volgaris, who's probably going to set a reference time in the junior boys division. Also, I have to say I'm impressed with what the Indonesian paddler Ari Purnama is producing, has been producing over the past 2 days. And I think he might have paced himself in this semi-final, as he was clearly in second place. So we might have some more surprises coming up in the finals, in the junior final.
So we have one more junior semi-final to go. And, well, we've got, again, a good, strong representation from across the world. We have paddlers from Italy, the Czech Republic, Greece, China, Japan, Germany, Romania, and Spain in this semi-final. The top 2 will go through to the final.
And here comes the time. 1 second better for Andreas Volgaris in comparison with the time established by Vaigoyu in the previous semi-final, 56:31. Actually, a little less. And Mark Simoncelli indeed was the last of that race. It was Ivan Puente indeed. Thanks for correcting me, Ross, on that one.
That's what I'm here for.
From Spain, and here comes semi-final number 4 with another Postiglione after an amazing performance by Claudia, the 15-year-old junior girl who almost beat Cecilia Pampinella just a few minutes ago. Here is in lane number 1 from Italy, Riccardo Postiglione.
In lane 2 from the Czech Republic, it's Wojtek Sedenglans, who was also impressive yesterday. He's racing in lane 2. In lane 3, we have another of the Greek paddlers, Nikolai Melakakis from Greece. In lane 4, possibly the favourite for this race, Bolehi. He's been very good yesterday, very fast out of the blocks. Looking forward to seeing what he can bring to this race. Shimazu Narakari from Japan will go from lane number 5. In lane 6, we have the German, Marlon Daskaren from Germany. In
Lane number 7, Barbu Alexandru from Romania. And lane number 8, this is Luis Perotti from Spain, another Spaniard rep in this fourth semi-final.
So lane 4 is the Chinese athlete Bolei He. He's been, I thought, very fast yesterday, and I'm looking forward to seeing what he brings to this. Next to him it is Narakari from Japan and Malakakis from Greece as well. But it's a wide open race, this one. Probably the most wide open of all the semi-finals we've had so far.
I agree.
I don't think I can bravely...
I agree. I expect a top performance from Marlon Daskiran. We haven't seen much of him so far. He's clearly there in the semi-final, in the fourth semi-final. So he needs, obviously, to be in the top 2 in order to get his A final. Who's got the best start? It's lane number 2. Lane number 2
from lane 5 from Narakari. He missed the start altogether.
But the best start was produced by Bolei He from China. Lane number 4. Look at him flying. We're going to pay close attention to the time. Of course, he's on a starboard. He's very much in the lead now. Who's got second place? It's a tight race for second between lane number 6 and lane number 3.
I think it's Malakakis from Greece who's just in second place at the moment, although looking across at, it looks like Daskiran.
Marlon Daskiran, indeed,
from Germany.
Who is now in third place. It's got the Infinity of Malakakis has got the advantage, but Daskiran might get it. No, it's still Malakakis in second place, but at the front, Bolei He.
Look at Bolei He from China. What a race this is. And I think moving now into second, it does look like it's Malakakis who's moved into clear second position. So China first, Greece second, and then a good race for the fourth position. I think definitely Daskiran got third.
Third, yeah.
I wouldn't like to call who got fourth, but Bolei He, I said before the race that he was impressive yesterday, and he's taken that form into today's semi-final, and he's put down a bit of a warning sign to the rest of the field. He's going to be up there challenging for a medal, you would think, on that form that he's just displayed.
Now, the big question for me is, did he do better than Andreas Vulgaris?
Oh, the Japanese paddler there, Narakari, blew the race at the start. He really came back through the field. I'd like to see where he finished, actually, because there he is making up a lot of ground after missing the start. Just an absolute dog's breakfast of a start, but then getting back into his rhythm. But at that stage, the race was gone. Bolei He, look at him go. Now, second was Malakakis from Greece. Third was the German Daskiran. Now, who got fourth? This is very close. Oh, maybe the Spaniard at the top of the screen, Perotti. Perotti got fourth, maybe?
I think it was. I'm impressed with what Malakakis produced in the second part of the race, managing to detach himself from Marlon Daskiran there from Germany, who got that third spot and therefore his place in the B final. Malakakis on the Infinity board behind the very impressive athlete from China, Bolei He. And here are the official times, actually slower than expected, actually 4 seconds slower than what Andreas Vulgaris produced earlier on. 59.44 for Bolei He from China. And Andreas Vulgaris going into the A final will have the fastest time out of the semis.
A lot of love online. I'm just looking at our chat coming through now. A lot of love online for our paddler from Indonesia. So great to see a lot of the Indonesian stand-up paddle fans watching online. I think they'll be very excited to see their man in the junior final later on this afternoon. So we're now moving into the open semi-finals. We've got a little bit of a break, and then we'll be back to introduce to you the field for the open women's semi-final number 1. Okay, so we are starting to get the athletes in line now for our first Open Women's semi-final. And 2 semi-finals here. The first 4 will go straight through to the final. And look at this field. Wow. This is going to be... This race is going to be worthy of a final. It really, really is top quality athletes from lanes 1 to lane 8. A couple of favourites going head-to-head here, Matthew, which I know is going to... You're licking your lips with anticipation. Look at you.
There's definitely a fight that I want to have a good look at. It's between Seychelles and Espe. But first of all, in lane number 1, let's introduce Aida Nepola on the Starboard All-Star, lane number 1.
In lane number 2, representing Japan, it is Rika Okaki from Japan in lane number 2. In lane 3, from South Africa, Taryn King, who was doing her best work at the finish in her race earlier this morning. It is a semi-final. She needs to finish top 4 to get through to the final.
In lane number 4, back at the top of her game, Seychelles from the USA on the SIC Maui board. In
lane number 5, it is possibly the pre-race favourite, Espe Barreras from Spain, looking for a sprint world title to add to her long-distance title from last year.
Lane number 6 from Poland, Marta Apanasiewicz. Definitely one of the dark horses.
In lane 7, Maddie McCassie. If she can get her start right today, she will be right in the finish of this. And in the outside lane, lane number 8, representing Thailand, Orasa Thangathok. Top 4 will all go through to the final. This is going to be a really hotly contested race. Watch lanes 4 and 5. And lane 6, I can't predict who's going to finish top 4 here. It's going to be a really good race. There's a couple of really strong finishes, and we're underway.
Great start by Taryn King in lane number 3 from South Africa, but Seychelles is now producing her moves. She is in the lead on the SIC Maui board.
So it is Seychelles Webster from the United States in lane number 4. On her inside, it's Taryn King from South Africa, and outside, it's Esperanza Barreras from Spain.
But currently in 3rd.
Look at Seychelles Webster. She's gone out harder. She's put down a marker for everybody else to chase.
And Espe now in 2nd place over Taryn King from South Africa, who's got the 4th place, though. It looks like it's lane number 7.
It's the New Zealander, Maddie McCassie, as we've become used to. She flies home. She needs an extra 100 metres every single time. But look at our leader. It is Seychelles Webster. She is making every post a winner. In 2nd place, it is Barreras. And then 3rd, it looks like it is Taryn King from South Africa. Good race for 4th at the moment between, I think it's Okaki and McCassie. But Webster first.
Look at that huge lead, Seychelles.
Oh, yes, the New Zealander flew home again. Maddie McCassie.
Seychelles with a big smile on her face with a huge lead over one of the favorites, Esperanza Barreras, who finished 2nd. Taryn King settled for 3rd. Going to final A, and the 4th one was your favorite, I guess. Well, Maddie McCasey from New Zealand. Come on, you've been.
Well, I mean, every time I see her paddle, she comes flying home. She does need an extra 100 metres. Look at her there. I mean, she's way back there, sitting in about 5th, 6th place, and she does her best work at the finish. But no doubt about our winner. You've been singing her praises from day one, and she's certainly looking like a winner, isn't she, at the moment? Seychelles Webster from the United States, back paddling. Espe Barreras safely through, I think, and in 3rd place was Taryn King, and the New Zealander, Maddie McCassie, sneaking into 4th. There we are, confirmation.
We've got 3 world champs qualifying for the A final, world champ in one discipline or another, and the competition is not over for the remaining field, actually, since everybody moves to the 4 last paddlers move to final B. And now semi-final number 2. We've got some top names, as you would expect, of course. And I have to say I was impressed with what Juliette Duhaime was able to produce. But in lane number 1, it is Recta Selecta She moved from junior to the open women category this year. Rekta Slekta from Hungary, lane number 1. In lane number 2, Alba Alonso Frey. She's only starting on the international racing since she's had a full year of international racing, and she's already scored some top podiums. Lane number 3, that could be the underdog that could create some surprise today. Eva Dundova from the Czech Republic with a strong canoe background in the Czech Republic, and Juliette Duhaime from Argentina on the Infinity Blackfish board in lane number 4. Lane number 5, that's Yona Rivet from Brittany, France, also who produced some great paddling so far.
Lane number 6 from Spain, we have Duna Gordillo, again a really strong competitor from last year, and expecting her to be up there at some stage challenging for the lead. In lane number 7 from France, Melanie Lafenette.
She was silver medalist last year. She hasn't been at the top of her game in the sprint competition so far, but the competition is not over yet for Melanie. Here comes lane number 8 from Spain, Susak Molinero.
So you can expect Dundova from the Czech Republic will go out fast. Juliette Duhaime basically stopped paddling in her quarterfinal. She was that comfortable in front, so if she pushes this all the way through to the line, which she will have to, I'm sure, because its top 4 go through, and this is a crack field of women paddlers going over the 200 metres. So watch lanes 4, lane 3 will be Dundova. She'll get off to a good start. Rivette, Gordillo, Lafenette. Gee, there's some good paddlers in this race.
Yeah, Melanie Lafenette, who also is a world champion in technical racing with the ICF. That was in Poland last year. White flags are up, and off they are. Who's got the best start? I think Juliette Duhaime on the Infinity board has got the best start in lane number 4. Eva Dundova is starting well as well, but 2 other NSP riders have got a pretty good start. That's Yona Rivet and Duna Gordillo on Juliette. Actually, Duna Gordillo now taking the lead or fighting for the lead with Juliette Duhaime, who's recovering that first place.
It's a race between the athletes in the middle of the field at the moment. Dundova, Duhaime, Rivette and Gordillo all fighting out now for the lead. In lane 4, it is Duhaime who is in the lead, but she's under a little bit of pressure from Duna Gordillo, as you would expect from Spain. Look at this, though. This is the closest race we've had of the day almost.
You would also expect Melanie Lafenette to make her move right now. She's got to do it now if she wants to be in that top 4. I think she's in 3rd place right now ahead of Yona Rivet.
Look at
Eva
Duhaime.
Dundova is in 5th right now, but Juliette Duhaime indeed is in 1st place. There is a tight battle for that top 4 spot.
It looks like it's going to be Gordillo 2nd, and she stops again, and it's Rivette 3rd.
And
4th?
I think Melanie 4th. I think Melanie Lafenette
was 4th.
in
Right.
3rd or 4th.
Duhaime so far, she's had 2 195-metre sprint races. We're yet to see her paddle the full 200 metres, so I'm looking forward to seeing what she does when she paddles 200 metres. But she's looking very strong, isn't she? She's a very powerful paddler and out in the lead early in a very good field. 2nd place, I think we called Gordillo 2nd. 3rd, I think, was Rivette, Yona Rivette.
It's either Melanie Lafenette or Yona Rivette. I think Yona is definitely in the top 4, and I think Eva Dundova went from 2nd to 4th.
She has cruised across the line. Gordillo 2nd.
2nd. Yona Rivette, you're right. In 3rd, Melanie Lafenette 4th.
Yep.
And then it's the Spaniard,
Yep.
Alba Alonso Frey, who is in 5th. So 2 French athletes getting their qualification to the A final.
Does it make us nervous if you were racing in this women's open that Juliette Duhaime didn't even look like she was puffing at the end? Did it make her look like she was cruising? Would that worry you if you were racing against her in the final, that she's looking like she's out for a Sunday stroll? I am looking forward to seeing what she can bring when she does the full 200 metres in the final.
You have to be impressed with all the work that Juliette Duhaime has been putting in her game in the past 2 years. Really, she's been flying, winning some top competition, the APP World Tour events among many of them. And clearly on her first ICF participation. Juliette Duhem is looking very, very strong.
Great view from our eye in the sky as we look at our course today. The wind is just starting to change around a little bit. It's still a headwind, but it's slowly moving around to a cross breeze. It's shaky cam. We had maybe there was a seagull or something landed on our eye in the sky there and just knocked it offline there momentarily. We're just waiting for confirmation. Have we had confirmation yet of the top four from that last women's race? I think we're still waiting for official confirmation. Do you have anything on your screen there for official confirmation? Yes.
Yes, we do. Well, it's unofficial, but we have the times, and the previous time for Seychelles was 1.03, and the time for Juliette Duhem is 1:06. So yes, indeed, she did stop paddling. I think Seychelles went full throttle all the way to the finish line. So that's definitely to be taken into account in the two semifinals we've just seen. But it is USA and Argentina / USA right now sharing the two best times of the competition. Actually, Esperanza Barreras scored a 1.05.80, so don't rule out Espe, who had a faster time than Juliette. But Juliette, as we've seen, stopped paddling 50 meters before the finish line.
All right, so we are now, the athletes are congregating behind the start line for the first of the Open Men's semi-final. That'll be coming your way in about 6 minutes from now, so we'll be back with you to introduce the field in a couple of minutes. All right, so the athletes are starting to move into place for our semi-finals for the men's open sprint. The defending champion is the American, the man from Hawaii, Connor Baxter, but there are plenty out there today who want to take that title off him. And, we are down to the last 16 in the men's open sprint, of which just 8 will go through to the final. We'll have 4 go through from the first semi-final, 4 go through from the second semi-final, and already today we've seen Andrei Krater from Bulgaria look incredibly impressive. Connor Baxter, of course, Vadim Korobov from Lithuania, Tenorio from Brazil. This is a star-studded.
Noigayu from France.
Yep. Yeah,
Davide Alpino
yep.
as well.
Yeah, this
and
is going
equally impressive with those top names is the fact that we've got newcomers at who are at semi-final stage in the open men's. I've got in mind Lei Jiang from China, Miftahuddin Parid from Indonesia as well. Newcomers in the on the international SUP racing scene. We also have Gitong Ye from China and Meng Chun-Shi from Taipei.
And don't forget Blue Ewer as well from Great Britain. He's been pretty consistent. But there we have in lane number 1, Antonio Murillo from Spain.
From El Cangrejo Moro Club in Barbate, Andalusia. Lane number 2, Blue Ewer from Devon, England, Great Britain. On the NSP, also on NSP, that's Paul Albert. Christian Andersen from Cold Hawaii, Denmark. Lane number 4 from Japan, Rai Taguchi from Okinawa. Here comes from Bulgaria, Andrei Krater. Lane number 5, and here's did we skip lane number 6? We missed lane number 6.
Yep, we missed Noe Guru in lane 6. Lane 7 is Mathurin Parid from Indonesia, and lane 8 is Lei Jiang. But we are underway. The top 4 will go through to the final, and it has been a really fast start. Andrei Krater, as you would expect, in lane 5. Ryo Taguchi in lane 4 from Japan. But it looks like it's Krater in front. He's gone out really hard, as he has done in every other race so far. Right next to him, it's Nui Garu, who's moved into second. I think it's Christian Andersen in lane 3. And
in third place right now, Christian Andersen, indeed, over Rai Taguchi in 4th. Andrei Krater, amazing performance once again ahead of the 2021 Sprint World Champion Noe Gayu, is slowly making a comeback at the front of the race, but Andrei Krater is resisting the attacks of the Frenchman.
And look at Andersen flying home. Taguchi also flying home. I think it's Taguchi's going to get 3rd and Andersen 4th.
Christian Andersen. Paul Albert is through to the A final. Andrei Krater, what an amazing performance, and what a big difference from last year's competition from the man from Bulgaria.
I think the Bulgarian air obviously suits Andrei Krater because he is in some of the form of his life at the moment. We've seen some great racing from Mr. Krater, but you can expect a big final because there's some blokes who are waiting for him. In lane number 6, Noe Guru just pacing himself, sitting in second position. He is safely through to the final. Ryo Taguchi, as he has done every race so far, leaving his best work till late, gets through in 3rd, and 4th is the man you call Polar Bear, Christian Andersen. So that is your top 4 through to the final. But, gee, you have to be impressed with Andrei Krater.
We do. I have to admit that performance by Andrei Krater is probably one of the biggest surprises of the event so far. He won the final B last year, meaning he wasn't even in the final A, and now is the one to beat Andrei Krater with a top time in an upwind wind. Andrei Krater, who won ahead of Noe Gayu in this first semi-final. Here comes semi-final number 2 with also equally some top names. Itzel Delgado, of course, from Peru. Aaron Sanchez from Spain. Davide Alpino from Italy. Eric Tenorio from Brazil. Connor Baxter, the defending champion, is here with us. We also have Vadim Korobov. But here in lane number 1, the Peruvian Prince, Itzel Delgado on the Infinity Blackfish board, of course. Lane number 2, that's Aaron Sanchez from the island of Mallorca, Spain. Lane number 3, Davide Alpino, who's a strong finisher. He's got to work on his start. The Italian. Lane number 4, that's Eri Tenorio from Brazil. The defending champion, Connor Baxter. Lane number 5, 2-time sprint world champion with the ICF. This is lane number 6, Vadim Korobov, the record holder in a 200-meter sprint canoe, converted to SUP racing. Gitong Ye in lane number 7 from China. And in lane number 8 from Taipei, Meng Chun Shi.
So just 4 of these athletes will go through to the final. Keep your eye on lane 5, Connor Baxter. Lane 4, Eri Tenorio from Brazil. Vadim Korobov is very fast early. He will probably challenge Baxter early on for the lead, but really this is a wide open race. Lane 1, Delgado, we know he's good. We know that David Alpino is good. Aaron Sanchez. Are we going to have a surprise? The second men's open semi-final. We are very close to a start.
200 meters away from an A final for 4 of these top athletes coming from all around the world.
The starter holds them in the ready position. I can hear my heart beating. Can you hear my heart beating? I can hear my heart beating. I'm so excited. And we are underway. Here we go in the men's second semi-final. Connor Baxter, lane 5, has got a really good start, as you would expect. Going next to him, though, in lane 4, it's the Brazilian Tenorio, who's gone out fast as well.
But who's got the lead? Gitong Ye from China is in the lead right now, challenging Connor Baxter, the returning defending champion. But Connor Baxter now in full action. Look at that signature chalk stroke by the athletes from Maui, Hawaii, USA. It's China in second still. We've got Eri Tenorio in third. We've got Lithuania with Vadim Korobov in fourth.
Look at Connor Baxter, though. He's pinned his ears back. He's here for business. He is out in front, second at the moment. It looks like in lane 3.
Now Davide Alpino lane
moves
3.
into second. And lane number 4 is Tenorio also coming through. Who will get fourth position? It looks like it's going to be the Chinese athlete, Gutong Ye, who...
Eri Tenorio, Davide Alpino, Gitong Ye behind Connor Baxter. These are our top 3, but once again, a huge performance by Connor Baxter, who's been ruling on the international racing scene for, 15 years?
Yeah. He was telling me this morning he's been feeling a little bit under the weather the last few days, but he seems to have blown out the cobwebs, and we're seeing vintage Baxter in action. Gee, I'm looking forward to seeing Andre Crater and Connor Baxter going head-to-head.
Eri Tenorio got the second place. Davide Alpino, the Italian, got third. And the Chinese dark horse from China, Gitong Ye, gets his qualification for the A final.
What a race. Connor Baxter, he's going to have his work in front of him this afternoon to hold on to that title, though, because we've got some men in some very, very good form. But congratulations there to Connor Baxter, to David Alpino from Italy, Eri Tenorio from Brazil, and Gutong Ye. There we have confirmation. The Chinese paddler Ye sneaking into fourth position. So we'll have a Chinese paddler in the final this afternoon, paddling for gold here in Pattaya, Thailand. So we have a bit of a break now. I think before we're going to bring you some B finals very, very soon, and then we'll have racing for world titles. But we're going to take a bit of a break here. When are we back on, Hoishan? Hoishan Kwan, the most important man on the course, tells me that we're on at 11:50 local time, which is in around, let's say, 18 minutes from now. So we'll take a bit of a break, stretch our legs. Matthew's going to go and stock up with some cans of that energy stuff that he drinks to get him through the afternoon to try and keep the excitement going. And we'll be back with you in around 15 minutes from now for the first of our B finals, coming to you live from Pattaya, Thailand. This is the 2023 ICF Stand-Up Paddling World Championships. Welcome back to our coverage, live and exclusive on Planet Canoe on our YouTube page and here at the course in Pattaya. My name is Ross Solly. My co-commentator is Mr. Matthew Estier from Total SUP. And we are about to bring you some B final action. And this is the tasty hors d'oeuvres. The tasty hors d'oeuvres before we serve the main course.
The plat de résistance is
The
coming
plat
up
de
later on.
résistance, certainly not the plat de jour. That is not today. We don't do that today.
And we have some impressive names in this 50-plus women B final precisely for B final. We have the silver medalist who didn't manage to qualify for the A final. That's Emmanuelle Marcon. She's in there. And we're starting in a couple of minutes. Now the athletes are approaching the starting line.
So we have B finals in all our categories. That is the 50-plus men and women, the 40-plus men and women. And we've also got B finals in the juniors and open as well. We're about to start showing you the starters. At the moment, we don't have camera action down there on the starting pontoon, but the athletes are in place. We'll just here we go. So in lane 1 from Spain, it is Paula Rodriguez. Lane 2, Edie Talou from Switzerland. Lane 3, Sarah Odera from Italy. Lane 4, Polona. Here we are. Now we have the camera in place. So lane 1.
Paula Rodriguez from Spain, lane number 1. Since you butcher Edith's last name,
Looks like
I'm
we're
going to say
we're missing lane 2.
Lane 2, that's Edith Tolad. Where is Edith? This is lane number 3, Sarah Odera. Looks like the lane number 2 is empty. Sarah Odera from Italy in lane number 3. This is Polona Puslia from Slovenia in lane number 4. Sonova rider.
Lane number 5, we have, well, hang on a minute.
We're missing out.
We're missing lane 5 as well, are we? So we have a couple of athletes who haven't turned up for the B final. Lane 6 is Gina De Primo from Canada. Lane 7, Anna Occhigrosso from Italy in lane 7. And then in the outside lane, lane number 8 from Australia, it is Maria Williams. So we're missing 2 big names here.
Yeah, Edith Tonad and Emmanuelle Marcon.
Not contesting. They're not there. They're not contesting the B final. So had enough for the day. They've packed up and gone home, possibly. But we are underway in the B final, and it looks like in lane number 4 from Slovenia, Polona Pošlja, who is in the early lead, but right alongside her,
we've got Gina Di Primio from Canada, also on Sonova, and also in the lead. So Canada and Slovenia in this B final, currently at the front. This is Gina Di Primio from Canada in lane number 6.
Coming through on her inside is Polona Pošlja from Slovenia. And then in lane number 3, it is Sarah Odera from Italy as well. Now, looks like it's the Slovenian Pošlja who's starting to finish pretty strongly. Can she pull in Gina De Primio from Canada? It's Canada in front, Slovenia second at the moment.
And a battle for third between Sara Odera, 2 Italians, Sara Odera and Anna Occhigrosso for third place in this B final. And a tight fight for first place between Gina Di Primio from Canada, who's got the lead.
Slovenian finishing strong, though. Can the Canadian hold on? I think she can. Di Primio is just going to hold on to take the win for Canada.
Second, Slovenia with Polona Puslia from Ljubljana, who got third. I think Sarah Odera got the third place. If we could have a replay of that, that would be amazing, that photo finish. So Gina Di Primio is finishing this competition in 9th place overall since she won the B final. We will have our A finals later on this afternoon, not too far away from now actually.
Good strong finish from the Slovenian paddler to finish second, but Gino Di Primio, she went out hard early and held on to her lead right to the finish. Now third, it looks like it might be, in fact it is Sarah Odera. Good call there, Matthew. Takes the third position.
The SIC paddler. And fourth, another Italian, Anna Occhiogrosso. Of course, we for the podium, we're only focusing on the top 3.
So confirmation there for our women's 50-plus B final. Canada first, Gina Di Primio. Polona Pochla from Slovenia second, and Sarah Odera from Italy takes third position. So now let's see, they're getting into position for the Masters 50-plus men's B final. And I'm just looking across the field now. Are we missing any athletes? Everyone seems to be there from what maybe we're missing.
Maybe lane number 1.
Lane number
one missing. That would be Zsolt Peto, who fell at the end of his last race. Hopefully he didn't injure himself.
But I think the rest of the field is there. Let's just wait. We'll get an official introduction to 7 athletes there. So we're just missing Peto from Hungary in lane 1. Everybody else is there ready to rumble in this B final. We'll introduce you to the field in just a moment. The wind has dropped down. It's still a bit of a slight cross breeze, but certainly it's a lot smoother now than it was about an hour or so ago. It got quite choppy out there, but it's looks pretty calm out there at the moment, Matthew.
Yeah, the main action for the first place should happen at the center of the heat, though, with Ilya Nietyagin from the ICF, Gerd Weisner from Germany, Olivier Gariou in lane number 5.
Here we go.
France.
Hang on a minute. He's arrived.
Here he is, Zsolt Peto.
He's fashionably late. So
that's probably what because he moved to.
Oh,
to Spain.
Yeah, that is an entrance. Now that is an entrance. Zsolt. Oh, he's got a party trick for us. Hang on. He's getting it all under control. That is an entrance, folks. That's if you want to make your mark on the world stage. That's what you do, Zsolt Peto, who was on the bus with us this morning. He didn't tell us he had a trick up his sleeve or two.
Here's lane number 2, though. Koichi Matsumoto from Japan. Lane number 3, the Lightboard Corp CEO, Gerd Weisner from Germany.
Lane number 4, Ilya Nietyagin, who nearly made it through to the A final, only just missed out by the width of a B's Todger. So he is contesting the B final. Lane number 5, it's the Frenchman, Olivier Gariou, who also left his run a little bit late in the semi-final, just missing out on the A final.
In lane number 6, Holger Assenflug, a former surf champion representing Austria. Now he's SUP race. Lane number 7, Daniele Cani from Italy.
And the New Zealander, Scott Keon, in lane number 8 on the outside of the course. So, gee, there's some athletes here who only just missed the A final. They'll be pretty determined to finish 9th overall. Just to remind us how good they are. Be interested to see their time, actually. There's some very strong, fast paddlers in this race. We are about to get underway in our men's B final in the 50-plus age group, and we are underway. And it looks like it is in lane number 5. It is Gariou, Olivier Gariou, who's made a very good start. Lane 7, that is
that's
Daniele
Cani, actually, on the screen. On the Sonova board, there's another Sonova, and it is indeed Olivier Gariou, right next to him, who's got a good, pretty good start.
In lane number 1, last to the finish line, last to the start line, first to the finish line. Is it for our man from Hungary, Zsolt Peto? He's in front at the moment, right alongside him. We've got almost a line across the course.
It is
here.
a very tight race. I think it's line number 6 right now in the lead with
Holger
Hasenpflug from Austria with almost a board's length over.
Netjagen, I think, coming through, is it, for the ICF, is coming through into second. But it's Hasenpflug in front. Netjagen second, maybe third is Daniele Cane from Italy.
It is tight for third place.
I think
between Olivier Gariou and
Netjagen. Yes, Netjagen from ICF. So our winner was Holger Hasenpflug. He was our winner. Netjagen second, I think, wasn't it? And then it was tight for third between Olivier Gariou and Daniele Cane. Let's just check that, double check that.
Wow, what a great shot there. And that performance by Holger Hasenpflug was worth of an A final for sure. He had a good lead over the competition in this B final.
So let's have a look here. Yes, definitely Hasenpflug first. Definitely second is Netjagen. Actually. Did Cane keep him out for the second?
And that's Gariou in fourth.
Yeah, well, I think it's between Netjagen and Cane for second. It was very close. Maybe just holding on was Netjagen for the ICF, just ahead of Cane, but we'll wait for official confirmation for the minor placings. But Ilya Netjagen maybe just taking his foot. No, he just held on. Look at that, 0.02 of a second between Ilya Netjagen in lane number 2 from the ICF. Sorry, not lane number 2, but finishing second from the ICF. And Daniele Cane flew home to just miss out on second, but finished third in this B final for men aged 50 and above.
And in 5 minutes, we're going to have our women's plus 40 B final with a strong field once again. Litvina Champendal from Switzerland, Shisato Iwasaki from Japan, Sandrine Berthe from France, Yukui Yuan from China, Verity Thomas from the Channel Islands, Great Britain, Chuqian Ni from China, and Lili Mang from China. Coming up in a few minutes.
Again, I think we are missing, just looking down at the starting platoon, I think we're missing lane 1. So that would be...
there's no lane 1, so I think Litvina
we only have, so
there,
we don't have a lane 1. We have 7 athletes.
7 athletes only for this 40-plus women B final.
Good shot there from our eye in the sky, isn't it? Look at that. That is a good view from our starting pontoon. And another shout out to our official starters out there, our team who are holding on to the backs of the boards there. They've been lying out there in the sun all day. It is very, very hot. I mean, Matthew and I, during that break, we walked outside. We took 3 steps, and that was too much for us. We had to come back and sit down, and Matthew had to have a strawberry daiquiri. I had a screwdriver just to calm ourselves down. These folk have been out lying in the sun all day. It is hot, hot work.
And there is one name I know really well in this field. It's Sandrine Berthe, who is a water woman from the southwest of France. She lives very close to where I live, and we've shared many sport trips together, mainly in Tahiti, where she likes to paddle and take part in waterman, waterwoman events, multi-craft events organized by the Waterman Tahiti Tour. And she's also an outrigger canoe paddler this year, and she's been focusing a lot on sprint racing these past few weeks, training with Olivier Daru-Merlou, with a team called Top Training, TOPP Training, down in the southwest of France. This is Litvina Champendal from Switzerland, though, and I think she's got a total SUP visor hat on, so that should bring her luck for sure.
Well, obviously they're giving them out free because nobody would pay for those. No, of course they would. They're a collector's item. Shisato Iwasaki from Japan in lane number 3. Lane 4, representing
France. That's Sandrine Berthe I was talking about earlier on the 4 to 5 pro board. Here's lane number 5, Yukui Yuan from China.
And in lane number 6, it is Verity Thomas from Great Britain.
From the Channel Islands. Bit of a fighter pose there for Verity. Lane number 7, Chu Xian Ni from China.
And in the outside lane, lane number 8, another Chinese paddler. 3 Chinese paddlers in this B final. Liu Meng from China will go from the extreme outside. And you know what? I'm going to stick my neck out. I'm going to put my neck on the line here. I'm going to tip Liu Meng in lane 8 to win. Do you think that's a ridiculous thing? I'm going to make a big... We haven't seen anyone from lane 8 win, I don't think.
I think it is, but I wouldn't say that publicly.
Come on, Liu Meng, show me what you're made of.
I think there's going to be a fight between lane 4 and 5, and Verity Thomas could do something pretty good today as well. This is her last shot in the sprint competition, and I know she can paddle fast for sure.
So we are underway now in the women's 40 plus.
And Sandrine Berthe has got the best start on the 45 pro board, lane number 3 from France. Sandrine Berthe, I'm sure Médéric is watching from home, although it's very early in France right now. Who's got a good start as well? I think lane number 5 is looking pretty good from China. Yukui Yuan on the starboard. But Sandrine Berthe looks like she is in front with half a board's length over the Chinese athlete right now.
So it is lanes 4 and 5 who are fighting it out at the moment. It is Sandrine Berthe from France and Yu Chi Yuan from China. Looks like the Chinese athlete drawing up alongside the French paddler. And across here, closest to the screen, it is the lady in the total SUP cap, Champendal.
Champendal from Switzerland taking the 3rd spot right now. Verity Thomas has lost that 3rd spot, and she's in 4th right now, but the race is not over. We still have 30 meters to go before the finish line.
Look at this race for first, though. It's a really, really tight race between Yuan and Berthe. Yuan and Berthe, it's going to be very close. I think it's the French woman, or is it Joe?
This is so tight. This is so tight. Oh, China.
No, I don't think so.
In first now?
I don't think so.
All right. Well, if you say so.
I'm going to put my neck on the line again. This time I'm going to be sensible. Well, they've given it to Yuan. I don't know. I think the way I saw it.
So it was fair for me that it was a ridiculous thing to say.
Let's have a look. I want to see a slow motion finish. I thought the French woman Berthe may have just got there, but what do I know?
I have to say the tension is still on because we still don't know who is the winner of that final B final in the 40 plus women division. Sandrine Berthe led early, but what a comeback by Yukui Yuan.
Let's have a look. Oh, you sure?
China, I reckon.
You reckon?
I don't know. Don't want to be an influence, but
I don't know.
The jury
is
so really far away from us, and it's got nothing to do with us.
I would call it a dead heat, even. Let's just wait and see.
Equal first. Can we do equal first in a final
nice
B?
To see, wouldn't it? It would be nice to see a tie in the women's B final for 40 plus.
So France versus China for that first place in the B final for an official 9th place.
I tell you what, our folk in the
sprint competition. It is the Chinese athlete by 0.01 of a second ahead of the French athlete Sandrine Berthe. The Swiss Litvina Champendal. Good comeback to the international SUP racing competition for the Swiss athlete, and Verity Thomas gets the 4th place from Great Britain. Well done, women. We are moving on to the B final, which is happening in 4 minutes, with also some top names, as you would expect. Of course, I'm surprised to find the likes of Tim Oliver, Christian Tauher in the final B. that is just an indication of how good the A final is going to be, with the likes of Tommy Boudet, Martin Teichmann, Olivier Daomerlu, of course. But first we'll have the B final. And this is race number 151. Can you believe it? We've gone through so many races since yesterday. All right, we'll be back to you in a couple of minutes when we're ready for the men's 40+ B final.
So our men are moving into place for the B final, the Masters 40+ men's. Yes, this is race number 141. We've called 150 races so far, Matthew, and I've done some quick stats. Of those 150, how many of those do you think that we've called correctly? Have a guess.
Well, I called 150 races correctly so far. You called about 3 or 4 correctly.
Here we are, lane number 1.
Lane number 1. Jitakorn Siwangrash from Thailand. Lane number 2, Thomas Varnas from Lithuania. Lane number 3, Sung Ho Han from Korea. On starboard, lane number 4, Seiji Kashiwagi from Japan.
In lane 5, the Canadian, Tim Oliver, ready to rumble. Right next to him in lane number 6, it's the Greek, Georgios Frakos, who really flew home in his semi-final, just failed to make it through, but he is now in the B final. In lane number 7, it is Christian Tauha from Austria, another who we may be expected to be in the A final. And in lane 8, from Thailand, Satta Wanyali from Thailand. There's some good athletes here who possibly we would have expected in the A final.
Yeah, so 2 Thai athletes. Who's going to challenge Tim Oliver, Seiji Kashiwagi, Christian Tauha, and Georgios Frakos? These are my favorites. Oh, don't rule out Thomas Varnas, also, of course, from Lithuania. And the best start is for lane number 2, best reaction anyway. That's Thomas Varnas on the starboard. But look at lane number 8 on the Sonova over there. That's Sakta Vaniale, who is clearly in the lead after only 40 meters.
He is trying to sneak one past the field in the extreme outside. I said before the last race that nobody from lane 8, I don't think, has won a race. Are we going to see a bit of...
And in second place, I think that's Seiji Kashiwagi in the lane number 4 right now. Lane number 3, though, is making its move, and Sakta Vaniale is losing a bit of momentum. We've got a change in hierarchy right now with Christian Tauha now pushing really hard and really fast in lane number 7. In the mix for that first place is going to be a tight race.
Kashiwagi from Japan, and the Greek, it's the Greek gets there.
Frakos, Frakos.
Wow, just good use of the board there at the finish.
The Japanese Seiji Kashiwagi got the second place. I think it's Christian Tauha in third or fourth.
I mentioned before the race started that the Greek Georgios Frakos flew home in the semi-final, but just left it a little bit late. He's done the same thing here. Look at him in lane number 6. How far back has he come from? So he's, look at him back there. He's sitting probably in about 4th position there. and really starts to get the motor going around about here. You can see him there. He's flying home, and even there, he still had to get past the Japanese paddler, and he does so successfully. Takes the B final.
Yeah, what a poor second part of a race for Sakta Vaniali, who had a full board's length as he was reaching the 60 meters into the race, and gradually lost that first part to actually finish outside of the top four in fifth place. That's him, Sakta Vaniali. Georgios Rakos, though, ends this sprint competition in ninth place. He was the winner of the B final. Seiji Kashiwagi was second. And Christian Taher indeed got that third place in the B final. Great comeback by the Austrian champ on the Sonova. Christian Taher. We will have our junior women's B final in a few minutes at exactly 12:28. It is 12:23 right now. So we've got 5 minutes to go before we see Laura Tan from China, Kanae Shibahara from Japan, Tanapon Summit from Thailand, Chiara Voster from South Africa, Hanna Kaminska from Poland, and Nakano Saki, Japan, Supachaya Kantong from Thailand, and Linda Sirovatkova from the Czech Republic battle it out for a potential first place in this in the next B final in the junior women's division.
So our athletes are slowly moving into place for our next B final. This is our junior women's sprint final. And we have athletes from China, Japan, Thailand, South Africa, Poland, and the Czech Republic all racing here for glory in the women's junior B final. And just looking down the field here, we have, I think the youngest member of the field is our Japanese paddler in lane number 3, Kanae Shibahara, who is possibly only 15 years old.
Yeah.
Lane number 1, Laura Tan from China.
2008.
Yeah, 2008 she was born.
Laura Tan, China, lane number 1. Lane number 2, Kanae Shibahara, who was born in 2008. Wow. That's lane number 2. Lane number 3 from Thailand, Tanapon Summit. Also a young SUP racer, Chiara Voster, in lane number 4 from South Africa. Lane number 5, Hanna Kaminska from Poland. Got a chance to meet Hanna at an ICF event in Sweden earlier this year. Lane number 6, Nakano Saki on the starboard from Japan. Lane number 7, Supachaya Kantong from Thailand. And lane number 8 from the Czech Republic, Linda Sirovatkova.
So it is a B final, so a little bit hard to draw a line through form so far. But Hanna Kaminska from Poland, possibly the pre-race favourite. But really it's a very wide open race. Saki from Japan has been good. Vorster from South Africa. There is, looks like it's a strong crosswind now. Looking at the flags, the starters are holding, and we're underway. And looks like in lane number 3, got
good
the best
reaction
from the Thai paddler. Sommet is out early. Next to her in lane number 2, Shibahara, the youngster from Japan, is going well. And across on the other side of the course, it looks like possibly Kaminska from Poland is up there, but lane number 3 is the athlete who's putting in the hard yards at the moment. It's Thanaporn Sommet from Thailand. Right next to her in lane number 2.
I would say lane number 2, Kanahe Shibahara, the young paddler from Japan, actually climbing back to potentially first position. She's got 50 meters to go if she wants to win that B final, but there's someone
Vorster
next to.
Look at Vorster from South Africa coming through.
Chiara Vorster from South Africa, now taking the lead in the last.
Also Kaminska flying home as well. So it's Vorster from South Africa in front, Kaminska on her outside from Poland. But look at Vorster. This is a perfectly timed race from the South African. She's going to hold on and take the win.
Chiara Vorster from South Africa, yes.
Kaminska
in
second.
the rankings in the second part of the race, with Hanna Kaminska taking second place, relegating Thanaporn Sommet, the Thai, in third place, and I think in fourth was Kanahe Shibahara from Japan.
So a perfectly timed race there for our South African Chiara Vorster. She raced from lane 4. Let's have a look at her start. She was a little bit off the pace at the start, but really started to get her work rate going through the middle parts of the race, and then took the lead. There she is there. She's sitting in third position at that halfway stage. And you can see there now, boat number 4 coming through. She took the lead in the closing stages and defied running down. So good result there for the South African. And Hanna Kaminska from Poland, second.
All right, what we've got next, we've got the junior men's B final, and that's happening in 5 minutes with from Italy, Mattia Livornese. I would have expected, from what I saw yesterday, that this young man would be in the A final as well. Same thing for Damodara Mokhnyuk from the Ukraine. Chachai Prakamsri from Thailand. We've got Ivan Puente from Spain. Also a very fast paddler. Chenghao Chen from China. Marlon Daskiran, also a surprise to find this gentleman in the B final. Kotaro Miyahira from Japan and Luis Perotti from Spain. And here are the results of the B final for the junior women's. Chiara Vorster from South Africa, clearly in the lead. After a slow start, she finished really well, really fast over Hanna Kaminska from Poland and Thanaporn Sommet from Thailand. And here is the start list for the next B final.
Just looking at the ages of our junior finalists here, Marlon Daskiran is only 15 years old. Did you know that?
I didn't, actually.
Born in 2008. He is the youngster of the field. He's very impressive. For a 15-year-old, there's a couple of 16-year-olds in the field. Miyahari from Japan is 16, and Prakramsi from Thailand is also 16. So some youngsters showing us this is the future of our sport, folks. Coming years as they work their way through the junior ranks and progress to the top level of racing.
And the one athlete I know most in this B final is Damodara Mokhnyuk from the Ukraine, who couple of years, actually last year, took shelter in Austria from the war going on right now in the Ukraine, being helped by Christian Taher in the city of Graz. And Damodara is now studying a high school student in Austria, learning German, learning French, and has had a sudden change of life in the past 2 years. And this is lane number 1, Mattia Livornese from Italy on an NSP board, putting his paddle up. Lane number 2, that's the young gentleman from the Ukraine, Damodara Mokhnuk, I was talking about a couple of minutes ago, on a rapid SUP board. Chachai Prakamsiri in lane number 3 from Thailand. Lane number 4, Ivan Puente from Spain. Lane number 5, Chenghao Chen from China. Lane number 6, the youngest of them all, Marlon Daskiran from Germany, 15 years old. Lane number 7, Kotaro Miyahira from Japan. And lane number 8, Luis Perotti from Spain.
So I'm expecting the Chinese paddler Chen to go out fast. He has been going out fast in all his races, so I'm expecting him to put down an early marker for everybody else. Daskirin from Germany, of course, the youngster, the 15-year-old Puente, who we probably would have expected to be in the A final. And
yeah, that's a bit of a surprise to find him in the B final.
But let's see if they can bring their top work to this B final. It's still not to be sneezed at to finish 9th overall, to win a B final. It still takes a lot of effort. And it's a real learning process, Matthew, for all of these athletes. Every time they get to race, whether it be a B final, a heat, a preliminary round, it's all competition experience. So they want to use this. They want to use this experience to learn a little bit about paddling. And look at that across in lane 7.
Kotaro Miyahira has got the best start, as well as lane number 3, Chachai Prakamsri, and lane number 2, Damodara Mokhnuk. These are top 3, but there's also Chenghao Chen, as you mentioned, Ross from China in lane number 5, joining that top 4. It looks like the field is splitting in two groups.
The one who missed the start was Ivan Puente, who really missed the start by a long way, and he's a long way back at the moment, because at the moment it's lane 3, Prachacham from lane 2, Moinuk, and across there in lane number 5 it is Chenghao Chen from China. So it is the Chinese paddler Chen, the Thai paddler Prakamsri, who are fighting it out at the moment. It is Thailand in front by half a board length from the Chinese
watch out for
paddler.
lane number 7. He might grab that second place. No. First place is for Thailand, though.
Nope, China got second.
China got second.
Despite what you might have seen on your screen, I'm pretty sure that China got second. But well done, Chachai Prakamsri. You've given the home fans something to cheer about there, winning that B final and winning it well. Exciting race there for the 16-year-old. Let's say 16, born in 2007. And he has taken the win in the B final. Second, I think, went to Chenghao Chen from China, finishing just ahead of the fast finishing
Ivan Puente. We were expecting him
he missed
to
the
go
start.
a little faster. That's him in lane number 4 at the back.
He really missed the start badly. Let's have a look at the finish. I think Chen got second, but let's have a look.
Yes, he did. Chenghao Chen in lane number 5 got that second place, just short of being caught up by the Japanese Kotaro Miyahira.
So despite what you might have seen on the screen there, we're going to call it for Chen second and Miyahari. Yes, there it is, confirmation.
Pretty fast time as well, 56.52.
Chen second and Miyahari taking third in this B final.
And let's remind our viewers that it is the first time in an ICF World Championships that we have hard boards for the junior, both men and women. I guess a move welcomed by the vast majority of the community. Although I have to say, I got convinced early on as to the importance of pushing the inflatable boards to the youngsters for just as a way to popularize the sport with an affordable craft for everyone. But that decision was evolved to making sure that everyone is now on 14-foot hardboards, which results in these young athletes going faster than the previous competitions, the 2019, 2021, and 22 ICF SUP Worlds. This is our fourth ICF SUP World Championships. And the two next races are two B finals. The Open Women and the Open Men expect some big names, of course. They are being called to the start line right now. We've got in the Open Women's B final from Spain, Aida Nepola; from the Czech Republic, Iva Dondova; from Thailand, Orasa Chankatok; from Spain, Suzak Molinero; from Japan, Rika Okwaki; from Spain, Alba Alonso; from Poland, Marta Apanasovic; and from Hungary, Rekta Slekta. That's in a couple of minutes. On your screens, don't go away. Two B finals, then we'll take a 45-minute break, 30-minute break, and we'll be back with the A finals, 8 A finals to crown 8 world champions in the sprint discipline as a way to inaugurate our 2023 ICF SUP World Championships. After that, we'll move to the Pattaya Oceanside Event Village with an official opening ceremony and the first medal ceremony of the day that will happen off the webcast. And lane number 1 for the final B from Spain, Aida Nepola on a starboard all-star. Lane number 2, Iva Dondova, who's had a great competition so far. From the Czech Republic, lane number 3, Orasa Changatok from Thailand. Lane number 4, Susak Molinero, who's been starting to compete again after giving birth last year. So we've seen her again on the international racing scene. Rika Okwaki in lane number 5 from Japan. On an SIC Maui board, here's in lane number 6, Alba Alonso Frey from Fuerteventura, Spain.
And lane number 7, it's the Polish paddler Marta Apanasovic in lane number 7, and in lane number 8, the outside lane, representing Hungary, Rika Sletka in lane number 8. So there's some familiar names in this field. Expect Iva Dondova from the Czech Republic to get away fast. She's a very fast starter.
I would say the two most experienced paddlers are Susak Molinero and Rika Okwaki, though. Watch out for Alba Alonso Frey. I expected Alba to make it to the A final. She hasn't had that great of a competition so far, but she is in the B final. And look who's starting really fast. That's Susak Molinero on the Sonova board, a new Sonova team rider in the lead. But Iva Dondova in lane number 2 is in second place right now.
Aida Nepola as well from Spain, another who got a good start, as did the Polish paddler Panasovic. So at the moment it's lane 4, Suzak Molinero, who is the early leader. Up alongside her, though, it is Eva Dundova from the Czech Republic sitting in second position. Across on the far side of the course, maybe it is Alonso from Spain as well, who's challenging for, I think at this stage, third position. But our leader is Suzak Molinero, just, I think, from Eva Dundova. Maybe Dundova has taken the lead. It's a strong race between these two. Molinero just in front of Dundova in third at the moment. Maybe it's lane one. Napola from Spain, or is it Apanazovic from Poland across on the other side of the course?
It's going to be tied for second place, but Suzak Molinero might be able to hold on the lock at Alba Alonso Frey. Ooh, is that the actual official result? Because I could see another Spaniard coming back really, really fast in the last 20 meters, and that was Alba Alonso Frey in lane number 6. The tall, dark-haired athletes from Spain, Alba Alonso Frey.
Absolutely 2 meters behind the finish line, and it was definitely Alonso in front. But crossing the finish line, maybe Molinero just held on to edge out her Spanish teammate. She was flying home. Alba Alonso. Has Molinero managed to hold on to take this B final? Eva Dundova, who was in second, falling away there towards the end. But let's have a look at the finish. Look at Molinero there in the middle of the field. She has moved out to a clear win. Now, here we go. Look at the Spanish athlete on the top of your screen flying home. Now, has she got there?
Ooh.
I'm going to say Molinero just held on. I'm going to say Suzak Molinero just held on.
I was going to say
You're going to say the opposite?
The opposite, but...
You think Alonso got there? Okay, somebody's reputation is going to be trashed here. I suspect it'll be me.
Let's hope it's yours.
There we are. It's too late. It's already happened. I'm calling it, though. I'm saying Molinero just held on from Alonso, but you think Alonso got there?
Well, she would deserve it after putting in such a huge effort right from the start and leading all the way to the finish line. Maybe Suzak Molinero from Spain. She lives in Italy, and as I was saying earlier, she's made this year a big comeback to the international racing scene. Actually, she did operate that comeback in late 2022 with some great results, but she had even better results this year, and she was clearly in the lead of that B final.
Oh,
and whose reputation is getting trashed, Ross? Tell me.
What do I know?
Alonso Frey.
What do I know? Spanish 1, 2, and 3.
Yeah, the Spanish Tormenta was there again.
I'm happy to concede your superior judgment once again by 0.02 of a second. You got the bickies. Well done. Well done to you. So that's why we're paying you the big bucks, though, and that I'm working for free. That's the difference. That is the difference.
All right. What have we got here? We've got a missing athlete in lane number 2 for the B final. That would be Antonio Murillo.
No, we don't have a lane 2. So Murillo is here in lane 3. We actually don't have anyone in lane 2.
So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Only 7 athletes in the B final. I don't know exactly why we don't have 8 athletes in the B final. So if you ask the question on our chat on YouTube, unfortunately, right now I don't have the answer. Maybe someone could provide that to me if they're listening among the staff of the ICF. Final B of the Open Men's is coming up in a few minutes, in 3 minutes exactly, and they are just being called to the start line right now.
So our Peruvian Prince he was meant to be in lane 2, but apparently he's not. Maybe he has princely duties to carry out. Maybe he's got to go and anoint somebody or pardon somebody, or I don't know what princes do. What do princes do besides...
Princes
annoy their dads. That's what they do.
They cleverly know how to rest, to prepare for other events. I think that's exactly what Itzel Delgado is doing. So he'll be missing out the B final. We've got from... Is he there? He is there. He is there. So he didn't pull out.
He didn't pull out. Okay.
That's definitely an infinity board. So
he's not on the start list.
He's just not on our list for some reason. But Itzel Delgado is with us, and that's very good news. So we have a full house for the B final. That's in lane number 1.
Obviously, obviously, he completed his princely duties with plenty of time to still get to the start line.
You know what? I'm really happy to see Indonesia represented in this B final. This guy has been racing so well over the past 2 days. That's Miftahuddin Padid from Indonesia, lane number 1 on the start of the board.
A lot of love for Miftah on our online chat as well. All of Indonesia behind him. There he is, the Prince of Peru. We thought he'd snuck off and gone home for an early shower, but here he is out there in lane number 2.
That's what speed freaks do, you know, They create surprises. Antonio Morillo, lane number 3 from El Cangrejo Moro Club from Barbate, Andalucía, Spain. Another Spaniard from the island of Mallorca, Aaron Sanchez. In lane number 4. Lane number 5, Blue Ewer from Great Britain. On the NSP, and Vadim Korobov from Lithuania in lane number 6, a 200-meter canoe sprint champion. In lane number 7, it is Lei Jiang from China. And lane number 8 from Taipei, Meng Chunxi.
So this is our last race of the early session, the last B final, and then we'll have a break and get into the A finals in about 40 minutes from now. But we are underway. I'm putting my money on Vadim Korobov to be leading at the 25-meter stage as we are flying out of the blocks.
A very fast start by Aaron Sanchez, though, from Mallorca. Look at Blue Ewer producing his efforts now in lane number 5 and catching up with the Spaniard now taking over maybe for the lead. We've got in lane number 6.
It is Korobov. Vadim Korobov from Lithuania is in front. Right next to him in lane 7 is the Chinese paddler Li Jiang. So it's Korobov in front, Jiang second. Across on this side of the course, maybe in lane 1 it's the Indonesian Padid at the moment, who may be sitting in third, but Korobov now he's been chased down by Blue Ewer.
Yeah, expect a strong finish by Blue Ewer from England and Aaron Sanchez from Spain. Now back in the lead, Blue Ewer in first place. We need, Blue Ewer.
Sanchez got second and had a swim, and Korobov I think held on for third.
For third, it's a tight finish between Korobov and Sanchez, though, for second spot. Are you confident Aaron Sanchez got that second place?
Yep, confident with our, well, actually, my confidence has been shot to pieces. I have absolutely no idea. I don't even know what sport this is. What are we commentating on? Where are we? What day of the week is it? But I'm pretty certain about the winner. Blue Ewer from Great Britain timed his race to perfection and sprinted past Vadim Korobov like he was standing still. Very impressive finish. Now let's have a look and see whether it was Mr. Sanchez. I'm confident he did hold on for second. There he goes.
Yes.
Got second.
Aaron Sanchez.
And look at
second.
Vadim Korobov. He was sitting down when he crossed. You don't see that often. You do not see that often. A bloke sitting on his board when he crossed the finish line.
Well, that's it. That's.
Is that legal?
I guess so. As long as you do 5 strokes. No more than 5 strokes not standing up, I think you're fine.
He did no strokes. He did no strokes while he was sitting on his bot. He just crossed over the finish line and was enjoying the sunshine, I think, the midday sunshine here in Pattaya. Confirmation there is, well, my reputation has been restored. Sanchez second, Korobov third, and Marilla fourth. But Blue Ewer, that was timed to perfection.
Yeah, Blue Ewer who missed the A final. Unfortunately, I would have put my money on Blue Ewer for being part of that A final, but he performed well in this B final, taking the 9th place overall. That's before the A finals, of course, which are coming up in half an hour.
Yeah. So, look, we're going to wrap it up for now. We're going to thank you for your patience this morning and for enjoying. I hope you've enjoyed our coverage. We've certainly enjoyed bringing it for you, and we are going to be back in around half an hour from now
on a new live stream. So you have to change your webcast live stream. We are switching off this one and we're starting a new one in about 30 minutes.
So thank you, folks, from me, Ross Solly, and my co-commentator, Mr. Matthew from Total SUP, for being part of our coverage this morning. We hope you've enjoyed it. We'll be back with some A finals very, very soon. Enjoy your break.